because I know we're all busy this time of year, and you've taken your very valuable time to come to the city council meeting and help us with the decisions that we have to make this evening. It is always a better meeting when this chamber is full, so thank you very much. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Carr?
Here.
Councilmember Panduro?
Here.
Councilmember Tonneson?
Here.
Councilmember Vaccaro?
Here.
Councilmember Williams?
Here.
Vice Mayor Bertani?
Here.
And Mayor Moy is absent. Thank you.
Thank you. Our invocation this evening will be presented by Chaplain Colonel Heather Bodwell of the Travis Air Force Base. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you. At this point in time, I would like to invite you, in accordance with your tradition, to join me in prayer. Let us pray. O God, remind us in the month of November to be thankful for the people in our lives and the resources that you have given to us as the city of Fairfield and this nation. Give us strength and courage to face the challenges and difficulties placed before us. And may we find commonality to address these issues together. We ask you to bless the people, this council, and all government officials. Guide them with wisdom and fill them with vision to see the common good and pursue it. For the people of the city, uplift them with a sense of self-respect, purpose, and a driving desire for your peace and your justice. And for those of us gathered here this evening, may we be thankful for our freedom, responsible in our actions, and assured that you are our God. We pray these things in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. And Councilmember Vaccaro, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And let's move to council reports. Councilmember Williams, would you like to start us off, please?
Yes, Vice Mayor. It's been a busy month and a half, but what I've done is kind of cut my report short because it was just a little too long, and kind of club it together to talk about the last thing that I talked about when I was going on a water education foundation tour. So I did that. It was 3 days surrounding the Sacramento River. And we, for 3 days, and for some days, 12 hours a day, we were going from site to site to include looking at flood districts, infrastructure, fish, hatcheries, agriculture. And it was just completely unexpected. I had no intention in being in a bus for 3 days. But the cool thing was I was able to be there with Michael Hefner, civil engineer. And so that means after every single tour, I was able to kind of debrief with him. And what I will say is, I walked away after those 3 years with such an appreciation for not only Northern California, but also Solano County and its and everything that in that whole ecosystem. So when I think about ecosystems, I think about in grade school looking at ecosystems, but to colorize that, to see it, and to really appreciate how people and our resources and our infrastructure and nature all goes together and is all needed. I felt like that experience made me a better council person. So, thank you.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Tonneson.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'll keep it relatively short, but we were all very busy this week, these last 2 weeks. I attended this weekend Habitat for Humanity. It's on Woolner Avenue. They built 3 homes there, Doris and I and Kay and Doug were all there. Huge crowd, kind of like tonight. But three well-deserving families with the Habitat for Humanity. You have to put in 500 hours of, they call it sweat equity. But it was just a great event. Veterans Day Parade was fantastic. And then we did a tour of Amcor, and I'll let Doris touch on that one, but we've got some outstanding businesses in this city, and it's certainly in the industrial park. That's it for me, Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Vaccaro, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just wanted to recognize the Parks and Rec Department for the parade that was happening last week, Veterans Day. Always do a great job. That's all my report tonight. I want to keep it short.
Thank you. Councilmember Panduro.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Yes, so myself and Councilmember Tonneson attended a plant tour of Amcor. So it is over by Jelly Belly off of Watney Way. And we have some amazing businesses back there, and one of them is Amcor, and they are a recycling plant. And so we went and learned about PET plastics and how they recycle them. And it was really interesting. We got to get all geared up and walk around the plant tour and learn about their impact that they have not only here locally, but also on a regional and statewide level. It was really interesting. Also, at the beginning of October, we haven't met in that long, I attended the Solano Hispanic Chamber Gala. So the Hispanic Chamber Gala is a regional chamber of commerce, and they had not had a gala since before the pandemic. And so it was really awesome to see them come together once again and celebrate businesses in our community and award them, and also award student scholarships. So they awarded, I think, 3 or 4 student scholarships of students who were going on to college. And it was really great to see all the different people that attended, all local businesses, statewide reps, as well as some folks from the federal level as well. And also their new board of directors was also sworn in. So congratulations to all the business winners from the Hispanic Chamber Gala. And that is my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Carr.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. Excuse me. We do attend a lot of the same events, and we did this last week. We have been busy. Although I did attend the Homeless Roundtable event. Samantha put on a real good event. It's getting better and better. This event is open to the public. The more people that we have there, the better. This event does include vendors and putting solutions into action. And it's every quarter, so we have 4 of them a year at Willow Hall. Our next one is
February 12th or 13th, whatever that Wednesday.
Yeah, February. You can see it on our website, and it's just real important that, especially for anybody out here that does help with the homeless and has good ideas and stuff, that's a place where we all get together and we really come up with some good solutions. And that was last Wednesday. Also, I do want to give a shout out for the Parks and Rec with the Veterans Parade. It rained and stuff, but it was so cool. It stopped raining right before the parade, so it was really nice. And we still had a real good Fairfield turnout down there. Everybody still brought the kids, and it was wonderful. And that's my report, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carr. And in the interest of everyone's time, I'll keep my report brief as well. Veterans Day was fabulous. I stayed for the entire concert that went on at the Downtown Theater before the parade, and the band is 5-star, absolutely phenomenal. So great event. And I have to tell you that today my heart is very full and very happy. The Clergy Action Network, the Fairfield Can, we hosted the 4th annual Thanksgiving meal this afternoon over at Willow Hall. And it was fantastic. It was truly a show of interfaith, just service from the top down. And so I will give a more detailed thanks at our next meeting, but everybody, and many of you who are in this room right now, you were there, you served, you gave turkeys, you sang, you prayed, you worshiped, you glorified. Thank you. We fed over 250 people today, men, women, and children, and it was just a delight. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you on behalf of the City of Fairfield, the Clergy Action Network, Travis Air Force Base, and all of our faith partners in this room right now and those beyond. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And more to come on that. So, Mr. City Manager, your report.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I've got a few items real quickly. First, related to the agenda, I'm going to recommend, just from a procedural perspective, if you take item 17 before item 16 tonight, once we get to the public hearings, just the sequence got backwards there. We have upcoming events. So on December 6th, Friday, December 6th, downtown, we've got the Christmas tree lighting ceremony, 6:30 p.m., as well as on Thursday, December 26th, day after Christmas, downtown at 5:30 p.m., we'll have the menorah lighting ceremony. So just letting everybody know that those wonderful events are upcoming. Also, in most all city facilities, fire stations, police stations, city hall, community center, right now the Fairfield Community Services Foundation is doing their toy and coat drive, and so there's bins in all of the city facilities for anybody that wants to donate. We have, and hopefully everybody has seen the news, there is a storm rolling in, atmospheric river, expected to bring a lot of rain at our courtyard. We do have sandbags available, so if anybody in the community needs any of those are available for everyone. And then lastly, I would like to introduce for the first time to the public, Sanjay Mishra. Where is he at? Oh, there he is over there. Sanjay is our new Public Works Director, and we are very, very glad to have Sanjay. He comes with a wealth of knowledge and a long resume. That's my report, Madam Vice
Thank
Mayor.
you, sir. Mr. City Attorney, your report?
Yes, as for items number 18 and 19, those are public hearings tonight on appeals of land use decisions. One is regarding City Church, and the other is regarding the Super 8 motel. By law, the city attorney cannot both advise the council and city staff on those issues. They're deemed to be a conflict. So I will be stepping off the dais for items 18 and 19 to provide legal counsel to city staff in that capacity. Ms. Joanne Tran, who is a private attorney with Stream Kim, will be coming up on the dais and will be staffing the city council for any of their needs for those two items, and that'll just happen when items 18 and 19 are called.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, your report, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We have some openings on different committees. We have an opening, or I'm sorry, 5 seats open on Community Development Block Grant Committee, CDBG Advisory Committee, and the deadline to apply is this Friday at 5 p.m. Also, the Landscape Oversight Committee, we have 1 seat open for District 2, and Rockville Hills Regional Park Citizen Advisory Committee, we have 3 seats open, and the deadline, again, is this Friday at 5 p.m. And one more, Golf Advisory Board, deadline is 5 p.m., not until December 19th. And those, for the Golf Advisory Board, there are 2 seats open. So you can either email the City Clerk's office or call 428-7402 to get an application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we now turn to presentations. Madam Clerk?
Yes, our first presentation is the Veterans Day Parade Awards presented by Juan Segura of our Parks and Recreation Department.
Hello, good evening. Madam Vice Mayor, Council, City Manager, my name is Juan Segura. I'm the Program Coordinator, and this is my colleague Sandra Reyes, is Program Specialist with Parks and Recreation. It is my honor today to present the plaques to the category winners of the 2024 Veterans Day Parade. First, I would like to take a moment to thank all the city departments who helped us with the parade, our fire department, police department, marketing and outreach, and my department, Parks and Recreation's facilities team. They did an amazing job. Thank you. And of course, our main sponsor of the parade was Volkswagen of Fairfield. The weather was definitely on our side, and it did not rain on our parade, that's for sure. So thanks for that, no pun intended. Well, the theme for this year's parade was Never Forget, Forever Honor, and the entries display that. This year we had 45 entries, which total over 800 people and around 100 vehicles that participated in the event. It was nice to see a lot of you there, thank you, and I hope you guys enjoyed the parade. We had 5 parade judges. Each category winner receives a $150 reward. Our sweepstakes, which is the highest score, receives $250. And on to the winners. For our band category, Fairfield High School Scarlet Brigade. Okay. Our color guard, honor guard category goes to Public Safety Academy. Our novelty, Hitland Ministries. Our vehicle category, Golden Hills Mustang Club. Our walking category, Chief Solano National Society Daughters of the American Revolution. Thank you. Our float category goes to Fairfield Pacific Little League. They had a great float.
Can we have you all come into the well in here so we can get everybody and city council? Should we?
Might need the little ones in front.
Yeah, little ones in front.
Her up so she can be in the picture. Okay. Everyone look this way. Smile. Take a couple. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our commercial category goes to 11 Kids. Okay, and our sweepstakes goes to the True Family Car Club. Thank you all. We look forward to seeing you at the annual Downtown Tree Lighting Celebration happening Friday, December 6th from 6 to 8:30. The Grinch Who DJ Christmas will be along with Santa to start our holiday season. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Madam City Clerk, next presentation, please.
Yes, presentation 2, poem and proclamation declaring Native American Heritage Month, presented by Poet Laureate Suzanne Bruce and Vice Mayor Bertani to Alejandro Cabrera, Government Affairs Manager of Yocha Dihi Wintun Nation. So we'll have Suzanne read her poem first. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Bertani, council members, and audience. First, I just want to say that although I'm doing a poem for the Christmas tree lighting and for the menorah lighting, this will be my last proclamation poem in the chambers. I am very grateful for the last 2.5 years to serve in this position, and I thank you very much for entrusting me to do this. Thank you. To recognize Native American Heritage Month, I chose to write about Indigenous people in our own backyard. This poem is to honor Susune, a tribe of the Patwin who have lived in our region for over 4,000 years. People of the West Wind. The other side of the hills, history takes flight with birds, red-tailed hawks soaring with ghosts of the past. Patwin Susunes, people of the West Wind, left their stories in rocks, trees, streams, villages called tribelets, earth-covered huts their homes, fish, acorns, deer their food. Dancers celebrated in moon-drenched night, bodies painted with charcoal and clay. Today, we honor their sacred lives, survived years on this special land, Carquinez Strait their protection, until invasions of hate replaced their peace. We can learn from their indigenous knowledge, traditions, language, culture, gifts of ancestors, vibrant and layered with history. People of the West Wind, where bone met spirit, became wisdom in the body of flesh. Their breath we feel in delta breezes, their strength in the round shoulder of evening, caressing us, reminding us the language of the land is universal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Beautiful indeed. And I am here to present the proclamation for Native American Heritage Month 2020, November 2024 to the Yokowehi Wintun Nation.
Is Alejandro here? Oh, okay. You can go up.
Come on up. I'm going to present the proclamation to you. Come on over. Matter of fact, you can hold it because I've memorized the whole thing. No, I haven't. Okay. Whereas November is Native American Heritage Month, or as it is commonly referred to, American Indian and Alaska Native Heritage Month. Native American Heritage Month is a time to celebrate rich, diverse cultures, traditions, histories, acknowledging the important contributions of Native people. And whereas it is important to educate the public about various Native American tribes to raise awareness about the unique challenges Native people have faced historically and in the present day, and the ways in which tribal citizens have worked to overcome and conquer these challenges in spite of inequitable systems. Whereas we can most effectively address the historical and continued challenges of Native people through a sustained effort to effect real change through historical acknowledgement, honest and accurate education, visibility, and inclusion of Indigenous people in our neighborhoods and communities, including public and private institutions. And whereas California has the highest number of Native Americans with a population of 1,090,450, comprising about 2.6% of its total population in 2023. And whereas the Susunese, also called the Suisun and the people of the West Wind, were a Patwin tribe of Witun people originating in the Suisun Bay and Suisun Marsh regions of Solano County, historians estimate they lived in this region nearly 4,000 years. Whereas Simieto was a leader of the Susunese, was baptized as Francisco Solano at the San Francisco Mission was also known as Chief Solano, whom Solano County is named after. Whereas the Susunese main village, Yuyul, is located in the greater Rockville Park area and Suisun Valley Road, where petroglyphs and acorn grinding rocks can still be found there. Now, therefore, Mayor Catherine Catmoy, Mayor of the City of Fairfield, does hereby proclaim the month of November as Native American Heritage Month in the City of Fairfield. And the mayor encourages the community to learn more about the people who first called this city, this county, this state, and this nation home.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council and the public. My name is Alejandro Cabrera, Government Affairs Manager for Yucatán Winter Nation. Unfortunately, some of our tribal leaders couldn't be here. Many of them, well, a lot of them have their government obligations today. We have our legislative body meeting making decisions for the tribal nation. But once again, thank you to the council and the mayor for this recognition. Thank you, Sam, for that beautiful poem. And again, for the recognition of the Patuino history here in Solano County. Unfortunately, many of the sister tribes are no longer present or as proliferant as some of our other sister tribes or Yucatán Winter Nation. But as it pertains to Yucatán, they're extremely vested, not just in Solano County in terms of social programs and supporting the local community, but also cultural preservation. And if you had an opportunity to look at the news, and we really invite the public to visit some of our public spaces that the tribe has partnered with the county, local governments, and the state as it relates to Patuino Park here in Solano County. We really invite the public to go and visit those parks, because that's really a gift from the tribe and the Patuino people to the public and future generations. But thank you again for this recognition.
Okay, presentation number 3, proclamation declaring Small Business Saturday, presented by Councilmember Kay Patrice Williams to Tim Merle from Solano Napa Small Business Development Center.
Thank you. Hi. Small Business Saturday, November 30th, 2024. Whereas the City of Fairfield, California, celebrates our small businesses and contributions they make to our local economy and community. And whereas, according to the United States Small Business Administration, there are 34.7 million small businesses in the United States. Small businesses represent 99.7% of firms with paid employees. Small businesses are responsible for 61.1% of net new jobs created since 1995. And small businesses employ 45.9% of the employees in the private sector in the United States. And whereas 68 cents of every dollar spent at a small business in the U.S. stays in the local community, and every dollar spent at small businesses creates an additional 48 cents in local business activity as a result of employees and local businesses purchasing local goods and services. And whereas in 2023, consumers spent an estimated $17 billion nationwide on Small Business Saturday, whereas the City of Fairfield provides annual financial support to the Solano Napa Small Business Development Center to ensure entrepreneurs and small business owners in our community receive technical assistance and expertise to help them prosper. And whereas the city of Fairfield is launching a campaign, The Buck Stops Here, Shop Local, to highlight small businesses and remind residents that every dollar spent in person at local shops or restaurants helps keep sales revenue right here within the city. And whereas the city of Fairfield supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our communities, and advocacy groups, as well as public and private organizations across the country have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. Now, therefore, Kathleen Cat Moy, Mayor of the City of Fairfield, proclaims November 30th, 2024 as Small Business Saturday and urged the residents of Fairfield and communities across the country to support small businesses and merchants on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. So I would like to give this proclamation to the Solano Napa Small Business Development Center. I have talked about this organization on the dais since I've was elected a few years ago. It is one of my favorite organizations in Solano County, and I'm always referring them. I'm a small business owner myself, and I talk to small business owners, and this is the best organization to get free technical expert assistance. And I'm just honored to be able to give you this award. Tim is retiring soon, and that breaks my heart to say out loud. And so to be able to give my favorite organization with my favorite executive director this award before he retires is a huge honor.
Thank you so much. And after all that, you're hired. I just want you to know that. Gosh, it's my honor to accept this proclamation on behalf of our hardworking, risk-taking small businesses in our city. And I want to thank the council and the mayor for supporting our small businesses in this way and in many other ways. And I just want to encourage you, not just this Small Business Saturday, but every day, and especially as we're thinking about buying lots of gifts and things, I would just ask you and tell everyone you know, before clicking on Amazon to order something, just take a moment to say, could I get these goods and services from a local business here and support them? So that's my ask, and I just thank you so much for this.
And our final presentation this evening, Solano Economic Development Corporation presentation presented by President and CEO Chris Rico.
Do you want me here? And is the presentation?
Oh,
That's not gonna be.
what's that?
That's not the.
There it is, but I forget how to do the full screen.
And then how do I advance it?
Yeah.
Screen mode. Last one. And then it's just that. Okay. I'm so excited that so many people came out to hear about economic development. So, hello, Madam Vice Mayor, esteemed council members. As she said, I'm Chris Rico. I'm the president and CEO of the Solano County Economic Development Corporation. For those of you who aren't familiar with us, we are a 40-year plus public-private partnership. And our mission is to advance the prosperity of the people and the businesses and the communities in Solano County. Okay, Patrice, I'm not going to take offense that you said that Tim Earl is your favorite executive director, because he is also my favorite executive director. Did Tim leave already? Please don't go. Tim, please don't retire. So we have a long-standing partnership with the city of Fairfield, and I'm happy to say that we work closely with the Davids and their team. David Gassaway knows that I consider him the class of this county for economic development, and I'm super grateful that I get to work with him. So you guys may remember that when I started almost 3 years ago, we were already teed up to start moving Solano Forward 3. It's something that all the cities and the county had contributed to in conjunction with some ARPA funding to look at how do we be more resilient in the face of what would probably be another pandemic, but also just to do a forensic analysis of our economy. And the biggest takeaway was, if we want the 140,000 people who commute out of Solano County every day to go to work to have better jobs here at home so they don't have to spend their lives in their cars, that we had a lot of work that we needed to do. And the recommendations really were about how do we lay the foundation to attract the kinds of businesses that we know that we want to bring here. And those are the things that we've been working on. I know you guys have the presentation. I also think in your packet you got the update. I'm going to kind of go through, the highlights of it. I encourage you to read it in detail. And then if you have more questions today, or have lunch with me, have a meeting with me, I'm happy to sit down with any of you at any time and really talk, because I love what we're doing and I'm excited about it and happy to share it. Oh, sorry. So the biggest thing that we're doing to respond to the direction from moving Solano Forward 3 is that we got almost $1 million worth of grants in partnership with Solano Transportation Authority to work on both our priority production areas and our priority development areas. Priority production areas are the lands that we've designated as where we want to make money, where we want to create jobs, right? And that was something that we designated with MTC ABAG, which, as you guys know, is our regional COG, right, our Council of Governments, and that's where the money came from. The funding stream actually was around how do we get people off the road so that we have less pollution and better quality of life, and their best thinking was that places like Solano and Eastern Contra Costa were the biggest opportunities to bring better jobs, again, so that people aren't driving. And the issue is that we have these 140,000 people who drive west mostly to make more money, and they're enriching the companies and the counties and the cities over there, not us, right? So in partnership with STA, we're working. I've said this publicly all the time. I'm super grateful that Sean Quinn both advises me and works with us on these things. He really was the architect of this, and he's working closely with some other consultants. And so one of the things that we're really emphasizing in the priority production area grant is power. I'm not going to go into great detail. You guys know about Upside Foods, but there's a million other instances where the lack of adequate power is really the biggest inhibitor we have to growing our economy here in Solano County. So we've prioritized power and microgrids in the priority production area grant, again, with the idea of how do we attract those better companies that we want to bring here, advanced manufacturing primarily. Priority development area is really exciting because it's really explicitly about Fairfield, Suisun City, and the area around the train station, which is a really underutilized asset in this region. And that's been something that Caltrain, Caltrans, the Capital Corridor, they're really looking to the future of how they can make that a more utilized asset. And so this grant is specifically about how do we build transit-oriented development in Suisun, in Fairfield, around the train station, with the goal of bringing vibrancy to both of these downtowns. Because I don't think I have to point out to anybody that both Suisun City and Fairfield, the downtowns are not utilized as much as they could or should be. There's a big opportunity there. I know you guys know about the Bank of America property. We haven't, David and his team, they haven't had the interest from developers that they would like because there's a problem of adjacency. They look around that area and say, where's the other building that's like the building that you want us to build here, right? We need to have a node of housing for workforce. Because of the pandemic, there's a lot of people who don't have to go to the city 5 days a week anymore. But they may need to go to the city 1 or 2 days a week. So we could have them live here close to two really cool downtowns that are very different places. They could go left and go to Sassoon, they could go right and they could go here, and then they could get on the train once or twice a week, right? So that's the vision. This is the reason why we got that. And it really is about how do we help you guys both have vibrant downtowns that fuel your economy. Excuse me just a second. So everything that we do is in partnership with other organizations. STA is working with us on a lot of the things that we do, but so is the SBDC. And this is the program that we're doing that I'm so proud of. And I'm glad that Kay Patrice did the proclamation around small businesses, because that's what the revolving loan fund was created to support. And they really are the job creators, and we know this to be true. This is ARPA funding from the county. It's a $3.6 million fund. It took a long time to do this because no one had ever done anything quite like this before. We got 3 competing financial institutions to collaborate on a program. These are competitors. And the thing that we always had to go back to when we were negotiating with them was, it's not your money. Like, you're going to lend it out, but this is money that we're bringing to the table. And the goal is that we have this kind of resource for small businesses in perpetuity. And I'm proud to say that it's disproportionately supporting women, minority-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses. The SBDC has done over 120 different consultations. I think we're up to 40 loans. I think we're up to close to $3 million with 3.6. And then, fingers crossed, the goal is that it revolves, right? That it comes back. We really pushed to have an interest rate that was subprime. If you're have a 630 credit score as a business, you're lucky to get like 18%, or most likely you're putting stuff on your corporate credit card, which is like 22%. And we're giving money out at 6%, which is below prime even, right? What any lender would give out. And we wanted to make sure that folks who usually don't have access to cheaper capital, we kind of wanted to flip that on the head and say, what if we gave these businesses inexpensive capital? Could we have a lower default rate than what is predicted? Because a 630 credit score, the data will tell you 20% of the people aren't going to be able to pay it back. So working with SBDC and this belief that inexpensive capital might help people actually be able to pay off the loan as opposed to the 22%, which people get trapped in. So that's the wisdom going into the thinking going into this, and again, could not be doing this without the partnership of you guys. And I'm happy to say there are a lot of Fairfield businesses that have received this loan. There's money that's gone to unincorporated, every city, every kind of class of business, even nonprofits. So it's money that's out helping to grow our economy. Something that we've been fortunate to have sponsorship from Kaiser since I started is our speaker series. I don't know if you guys have ever had a chance to drop in for any of them. We do them at lunch explicitly so that people can eat lunch while they're working and join us. And we really try to highlight, we want to educate and elevate, right? So this year we've done one on artificial intelligence in business. This is really topical, right? Even in government, how can we use AI effectively to work better and not be scared of it, right? Affordable housing, obviously very topical, and then we did one on the future of transit. Just something that we're doing as part of our offering to help elevate the economy. When I started, there were 3 full-time employees at the Solano EDC. We are now 6 full-time employees and 6 consultants. We have a marketing manager, which we've never had before. Darren, if you haven't met him, he's out in the community a lot, and he's fabulous. And he's really upped our marketing game. And our newsletter is becoming kind of a trusted source magazine. We really highlight what the cities and what the businesses are doing. And we use it to kind of tell the broader story of everything that's going on in Solano County. And we have a lot of people outside of Solano County who subscribe to it. And it's good for the impression that we're giving to the world about what is it that we're up to. So when I first started, I met with every major employer in Solano County, and their number one concern was housing. What they said unanimously was, we have a hard time attracting and retaining younger talent because of the housing stock in Solano County. The average statewide of multifamily is 25%. We're 14. The other big factor is Travis Air Force Base will tell you, and David and I have both gone to defense leadership conferences. Did you also go to War College? One of the biggest threats to bases is actually housing. Like, they can't perform their mission when they can't house their airmen. And so The other factor is that our biggest demographic in Solano County is 65 plus. It is our fastest growing demographic. Our fastest shrinking demographic is 18 to 29. So again, these are all the reasons that inform Kaiser, one of the biggest employers, gave us a grant to say, we want to help you to get information into people's hands so that they can build ADUs as a source of housing to house airmen. You know, Sean Quinn will tell you, he and his wife would love to build an ADU in their backyard and give the house to their kids. And there's a lot of people who are in that kind of, their kids can't afford to live here, their kids have moved away to Nevada or Arizona, they're overhoused. Eventually, they're not going to be able to age in place safely. And that's also a house that a family could be living in, that kids are going to that local school. So this can unlock a lot of that economic potential. And it's the reason why it's something that we focus on. And what we did was we built the Solano ADU website, solanoadu.org. If you guys haven't seen it, I invite you to check it out. And we do that in partnership with the Community Planning Collaborative and STA, and that's some work that Sean works on as well. Again, in response to the advice from Moving Solano Forward 3 and Newmark Consulting, they advised us that we needed to start a business retention and expansion program. Before we went into business attraction, focus on business retention and business expansion. Focus on what you already have. We hired an awesome person, Nicole. She's out on maternity leave right now, but she's already done a lot of great work. She works in concert with David's team and all the teams across the county. And she also works half-time with Bayren. So Bayren, if you guys don't know, is I think 11-year program at this point that J. Paul Harrington has been building within our organization, and it's funding from the PUC. And this data right here in this table, and I got some clarification from him. So in Fairfield, Bayren has saved local businesses $228,000, this is in the last year, and they've built projects totaling over $500,000, and that's money that those businesses didn't pay for. Bayren brought the money to the table to do the project, and one of the things that he shared with me today was it's helping businesses that are usually hard to reach or they have language barriers, and normally contractors won't go after those jobs, but because we're bringing the money to the table, those contractors are going after those jobs, and so we're getting help to businesses, people who speak different languages, people who have different impediments usually to getting this kind of support. So that's money that's going directly back into the community. And then lastly, you know, one of the things that we've been known for forever are the events that we produce. I can tell you that in honor of Sandy Person, who was the queen of putting together breakfasts, we are going to be bringing some more breakfasts back next year. It's a bandwidth issue for us from a human capital standpoint, but now that we have a bigger staff, it's something that we're going to focus on. Obviously, we do our annual meeting. This last year, many of you got a chance to come to a winery in Sassoon Valley where we put California Forever and Solano together on stage, which was controversial, but it was a conversation that needed to happen. And we got a lot of feedback from the public that they were really grateful that we brought that conversation forward into the public space. We also produced a Rural Communities Economic Development Forum. It was in Dixon. It was more focused on Rio Vista, Dixon, Winters, and Sassoon. Their population size makes them eligible for funding that the three larger cities aren't, and so we wanted to do something specifically that was focused on them. And with that, does anybody have any questions? Okay. Yeah?
I've got one.
Oh.
So, Chris, you said the number one issue was housing. Has that changed?
That's as far as employers are concerned. I would say for us, if I'm looking at how do we grow this economy, the number one issue is power. It's literally the impediment to, and there are countless examples from homeowners, housing projects, small businesses, larger businesses. When I met with Budweiser, when I met with Jelly Belly, they all have stories of PG&E's inability to deliver on their mission and how much money that it's cost them. And I think if someone were to quantify the amount of lost economic activity in their region, we're talking tens and tens and tens of billions of dollars. And if we want to get serious as a county, and you know what I forgot to mention, so Travis Community Consortium and Sandy is also housed within our organization. She's obviously been working with David and you guys on the MIR grant, which is the Military Installation Resiliency Grant. And that really dovetails nicely with the PPA because it's all about the infrastructure that surrounds Travis and how do we support them. And as you know, the biggest issue is power because they've come to realize that having one line of power into Travis Air Force Base is actually a national security issue, right? So that's of urgency. So if we can work on these things together, support Travis, make it more resilient, and then we have the ability to also attract better jobs.
I could expand on that, but that was a good presentation. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay.
Any other questions, colleagues?
No.
Yes, Councilmember Williams.
Thank you. I'll make it very brief. Thank you for coming. I get to have sidebar conversations with you and for you to bring it out to the community. I love it, very comprehensive. My question was about the priority production area as well. 500, and I agree that there's an infrastructure need, but this $500,000, is that to kind of get us pilot ready?
Yeah, it's really to get shovel ready, frankly. The thought was, and who knows right now, right? There was this thought that there was going to be all this infrastructure money that's coming down the pike, and it may still. We wanted to make sure that we had crossed our T's and dotted our I's, so the minute that money was available, we were ready. We knew exactly what our infrastructure needs were. That's why we're doing this legwork ahead of time. And again, this is back to the whole theme is like, we have to crawl before we walk, before we run. And we're really laying the foundational pieces that we need to be the economy that we would like to be, again, so that people don't have to spend their life in their car driving wherever to work. That's the ultimate goal.
Okay, thank you. Outstanding presentation. Appreciate you.
Thank you guys too. Take care.
And we have completed our presentations, and we now turn to public comment.
Yes, persons wishing to address the city council on subjects not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the council may do so at this time. The council cannot discuss or take action on matters not on the agenda for this meeting, but council members may briefly respond to statements made or questions raised by the public, ask for clarification from staff, refer the matter to staff, request staff to report back to the council at a subsequent meeting, or place the matter on a future agenda. To speak on an agenda item, please use the raise your hand feature or press *9 on your phone if you're online. And speakers are limited to 3 minutes per item. And I only have one public speaker. The rest are for item 18.
And let me give you a point of clarification this evening. Tonight, public comments will be limited to 2 minutes. We are anticipating a large number of public comments, so in the interest of time, we're going to limit public comments to 2 minutes, and I will be running the meeting efficiently. So please, I will give you a 1-minute warning, and then the 2 minutes will be up for all public comments, all right? Thank you.
Our only public speaker for regular public comment is Jeff Traeger. What? Oh, public comment, okay.
Welcome, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving indeed.
I want to let you know what's happening at the Downtown Theater very quickly. This Thursday, Fenton L. High, and this is about the horrific epidemic that's happening all over the place. At 6 o'clock, it's a free documentary about the use of fentanyl by teenagers, made by students for students, and that's at 6 to 8 o'clock. This is a horrific epidemic, and so I would suggest concerned parents to attend with their kids. That's this Thursday. On the 6th of September, the Solano Winds Community Band, and then on December 7th, the acclaimed children's choir, Voina of Benicia. And I just wanted to make an announcement. I partnered up with Kurt Johnston of Solano College, and we're going to be putting on what I think is possibly the biggest musical event to ever hit Solano County. It's going to be out at the college. That's in June, and the proceeds will go to programs that provide among other things, provide a pathway to college for disadvantaged youth in Solano County. So, thank you.
Thank you.
And I do have one more public speaker, Tony Mraz, is it? Sorry.
Apologize for taking your time.
You look like a tennis player. Are you? Okay.
I used to be, yeah. I try to be. Good evening. My name's Tony Moras, and I'm president of the Solano Community Tennis Association. You're all aware that the tennis situation in our area changed dramatically in the spring of 2021 when In Shape walked away from tennis and pushed organized tennis activities out to the municipal courts. I come to you tonight to offer or start a conversation in two ways that we can increase participation by your residents and also utilization of the courts. The first, local league play was pushed out onto municipal courts, as I mentioned. They're done currently on the Centennial Park courts in Vacaville, and that's because we were able to negotiate a special use agreement for those courts with the city. So we pay less than the catalog rate. I've got captains like Rich Foftier who's wanted to bring teams down to Allenwick Park, but it doesn't make sense to host them here when it costs more than doing it in Vacaville. So the first thing I'd ask is, can we somehow start a conversation on perhaps doing a use agreement for reduced reservation rates to use the public courts for organized tennis activities? The second thing is we got a major tennis facility coming about with the new Mac Garcia Park. But it takes more than just the courts to make things happen. The 11 tennis courts up at Rancho Solano, the 7 courts at Dover, used to be vibrant homes of a tennis community. They were busy all the time. There were times you could not get a court. That doesn't happen today because of in-shape rules. The difference really is there's the absence of the professional tennis director out there who's making things happen, who's motivated to grow the sport. And Mike Frieden was the tennis director at Rancho for over a decade, and he can talk to you about it. So bottom line, there are models as we look forward to those courts. I know they're years out, but I'd like to start the conversation on court management procedures or processes for those courts, because we can set up a system that will not only maximize utilization of courts, maximize participation by the residents, but also pay for the ops and maintenance expenses of those particular courts. We've got local examples that you can look at. Steve DeVries at Green Valley makes it happen. Mike Fisher runs the courts at META in Napa, makes it happen. Mary Johnson back there has got a lifetime of experience in business management for tennis programs. Cal McCullough's been doing city programs for Fairfield for years, so he's into that also. So the second request would be, can we start a conversation or ask the city to start looking at alternative business models for those new courts when they come about, that we can help use the tennis director position and those programs to make those courts self-supporting. I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I would like to agendize this matter for future discussion by the city council in terms of how we can work with our tennis community to maximize the use of our facilities and their expertise in this area. So I'd like to have that on a future agenda.
Is that something we could do internally first?
I'd like it on a future agenda. I'm asking for a second. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, so let's agendize that. Thank you. Do we have any more public speakers?
No. Did anyone else wish to speak on public comment?
Okay, we will now turn to the consent calendar. Madam Clerk.
Yes, consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are to be approved with one motion unless a member of the city council or the public requests that separate action be taken on a specific item. And I don't have any cards. Did anyone wish to speak on an item on the consent calendar?
Any public speakers for consent calendar items? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Unanimously approved.
Sorry, Rick, did you give the motion? And Doris, oh, thank you.
And the vote was unanimous, so we can now turn to new business.
New business. Item 15, Measure P Oversight Committee Annual Report, presented by Committee Chair Steve Vansel. And I do have some Measure P brochures if anyone would like to take one. They're right up here.
Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. I am Steve Vansel from the Measure P Committee, and we have our newest member, Nicole Baumann, who's with us too. We also have 3 other members on our committee, Tara Lee Martin, our vice chair, Tim Tomko, and Eddie Ramirez. So we'll be talking about our Measure P tax and revenue tonight. Okay, so what is Measure P? Well, we'll quickly go over this. It is a local 1% controlled transition and use tax. It's a sales tax. And our committee does refer to the ballot language that created Measure P. And it talks about supporting police, fire, emergency response, crime prevention, fixing the potholes in the streets, parks and recreation with some emphasis on youth and seniors, as well as mandatory audits. So that's our marching order, so to speak. For the past year, how do we do? We brought in over $25 million of sales tax revenue. That's actually down a little bit from the previous year. The retail economy is softening a little bit. Measure P represents almost 46% of all sales tax revenue. That's actually up slightly compared to the traditional sales tax. The other sales taxes are at 1% that comes out of the traditional sales taxes collected by the state, plus internet sales tax. So I'll get back to the small businesses here. Please support them and shop local. That gets us the Measure P 1% tax. It gets us the 1% out of the traditional state sales tax, and that also gets us a bigger share of the internet sales tax. So once again, supporting local businesses here is very important. Measure P represents 18.3% of all the general fund revenue. That's down slightly. It was about 19% last year, and that's traditionally where it hits, somewhere around 18 to 19% of all the general fund revenue comes out of Measure P. We're also required to do an independent audit, so we did our last one. It was completed on January the 30th, and it was reviewed by our committee on February the 12th. We do create a budget. All the Measure P funds go into the general fund, but we create a Measure P budget to show what we would fund within the city. It is focused, we go back to the ballot measure, police, fire, public works, and parks and recreation. The police department does take the largest share of the overall budget for the city, so it does get more of the Measure P. And the blue lines we show up there are our budget. The orange is the actual amounts that was presented. So you can see that police actually were a little bit below the budget, and public works got a little bit more than originally planned. But again, that does show a breakout of which departments are getting out of our Measure P budget. Let's look at some of the departments by department. And we fund 34 police officers as about 3/4 of the active police force. Also fund the crime prevention unit. The community action team, we fund that. And that team has placed 135 individuals in shelter this past year, and 18 individuals were moved to home, a lot of times back to their family. That's a 100% increase from last year. We also fund 5 dispatchers. That's about a fourth of the dispatcher force. And we also fund the PAL Center, which has 298 teens. That's up 25%, so that's a growing and increasing program. And I might mention, because we have a school district we share with Suisun City, about 15% of those teens are actually from Suisun City. Fire department, we fund 22 firefighters. It includes a recently established 7th Engine Company for a new fire station. They're out there temporarily, but when we do build a new fire station out in the Green Valley area, we already have the personnel funded for that. We also help with vehicle replacements. The fire equipment's very specialized and pretty expensive. Since we've started Measure P, the recorded service calls have increased 63%. They're now over 16,000 service calls the past year. We also finalized a long-term contract with to service the Cordelia Fire District. In addition to just emergency responses, we now actually have a contract with them, so they give us some revenue, and we do provide service for them. And we've continued to maintain our very excellent ISO rating. They go from 1 to 10, 1 being the highest, we are 2, and only cities that have very large specialized equipment can get the 1 rating. So we have very excellent fire rating. Public Works. We do fully fund a Measure P streets team that works on immediate maintenance that has to be done on the streets. We also have a long-term maintenance program that improves our streets. We're now up to over 30 million of square footage of streets have been improved under Measure P. And the past year, we actually had a street that was fully reconstructed. Public Works also engages with the homeless and response team, and that works in coordination with the police department. They've done a lot of good work this year. Over 1,000 camps and sites were cleaned. That's a 68% increase. And 2,600 cubic yards of debris were removed. That's a 120% increase. I might point out this homeless engagement and response team not only focuses on the homeless, but also other areas of potential blight, to include removing trash that's been dumped throughout the city, and also graffiti. And the Public Works also is responsible for taking care of the parks and recreation maintenance, so Measure P helps fund that. And then with Parks and Recreation, we fund the Allen Witt Aquatics Complex. That's a youth program. And you can see the swim lessons and swim use is up quite a bit this year. For seniors, we have fund the Adult Recreation Center, and they have, I think, over 23 different social and specific clubs and groups that they can use for senior programs. They had 8 unique events with over 700 participants this year. And they also run a lunch program for the seniors at the center that augments the Meals on Wheels. And downtown, they're contractually supposed to give at least 39 shows. They gave 88 shows this year, so Measure P helps fund that. And then last, what we try to do, we talked about the revenue we get and give you data on that, but we try to give you something useful. Last year we talked about how Measure P has increased the growth of services, but that also increased the growth of employees. And I think that was timely as we had the discussion about the structural deficit and having to freeze positions. This year we asked the Finance Department to take a look at the unfunded actual pension liability. Everyone knows about the situation with CalPERS. We actually took a look in 2018 at this issue, and shortly thereafter, CalPERS actually lowered their expected investment, which increased the pension liability. The city is liable to make up for the shortfall. So if you look at that chart, you see a little bump there in 2019. That's where CalPERS decreased their investment expected. And so that up through 2024, those are pretty close to actual numbers. After that, it is an estimate. Obviously, depending on how CalPERS does with investment profile, may change the actual numbers. But you can see it does peak about 2031, where that's the highest part of our pension liability. We do have the legacy employees plus the newer PEPRA employees, so that will improve over time as we have more PEPRA employees and less legacy employees. But again, some information. This is all hidden inside the personnel cost, but this pension liability is probably about a fourth of the overall personnel costs that we have. And in summary, Measure P is historically almost 20% of the general fund. It's fully controlled by our city, so the state can't take it away from us or change it. It has been a steady and reliable revenue source that helped us through tough times, and it looks like it may help us in the future. It's helped, I think, as we looked at the structural deficit. Of course, we just recently had ballot measures that did pass. Measures L and M, that may give us about another 1.6 million a year, just to keep things in perspective. Not as much as Measure P, but it does help. And we are just a little over halfway through our Measure P 20-year period. So it currently sunsets in 2033 unless extended by voters. So you can see how important it is to the city, but right now it does have a sunset on it. It does need to be extended by the voters.
Okay. Thank you for a great presentation. Councilmember Vaccaro.
Yeah, just wanted to thank you, Steve. Over the years, you've been, a great presentation. I know how hard you've worked on this too, so thank you.
Well, thank you. Well, I had a lot of help from both the finance department and the other members of the team.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions? Okay, all right. Or do we have any public speakers on this item?
No, not on this item.
Okay.
I did want to let people know, if you want more information about Measure P, you can go to our website, fairfield.ca.gov/Measure P, and the full report, which is 14 or 15 pages, is on there. Also the reports from the last few years, and also the brochure. Thank you.
Okay, we now will turn to our public hearings.
Item 16.
I
We're going to take item 17
item
first.
17 first.
Okay.
Oh, 17, that's right, sorry. Item 17, public hearing and resolution 2024-269 of the City Council of the City of Fairfield approving an amendment request to the train station specific plan, SP 2022-001. And our presenter is Mayley Sheehan, Principal Planner. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Council, and everyone with us this evening. My name is Mayley Sheehan, and I will be presenting the train station specific plan amendment request. I use quite a lot of acronyms, so I always like to start with a quick decoder. So TSSP, train station specific plan, PA is planning area, MPUD, master plan unit development, and EIR, environmental impact report. I'll be mindful to repeat them throughout the presentation as appropriate. So before going into the details, just giving a very quick, brief history of the train station specific plan project as a whole, and also planning area 6, which is the subject of tonight's item. Some key dates to note are in 2011, the City Council approved the train station specific plan, which is a diverse plan with a history that traces back approximately 13 years. Concurrent with the adoption of the specific plan, the council also certified the environmental impact report that evaluates the entire project area in terms of environmental resources. In 2018, the Tom Hannigan Fairfield Vacaville train station itself opened. And in 2023, the Planning Commission approved the Planning Area 6 MPUD, or master permit, which will facilitate industrial development. So although the specific plan provides a very broad framework for the overall development within the area, it does require precise land planning for each planning area. There are 10 planning areas, and that precise planning is done through what we call the MPUD process, or the master plan unit development process. Currently, the city has approved 5 planning areas. That is planning area 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And visual is always much better than all that text. So here on the screen is a contextual map of the northeast area of the city of Fairfield. So you can see on the screen that we have Cement Hill Road. As it transitions past Peabody, it becomes Vanden. That would take you out towards the Vacaville area. And then imposed on top of that is the train station specific plan map boundaries. So again, we have approved planning areas 1, 3, 4, and 5. Those are all residential. And we have also approved planning area 6, which would be a future industrial park. Planning areas 8 is open space conservation, so it's all set aside for environmental protections. Planning areas 9 and 10 are current development, so not necessarily part of future development or redevelopment. And planning area 7 is slated for the 50-acre Matt Garcia Community Park. Looking a little closer at planning area 6 itself, the master permit approved approximately 4.6 million square feet of industrial space, 10,000 square feet of incubator space, 12,000 square feet of commercial, and it also set aside a 1.5-acre public facility site for potential use for our fire department. Additionally, with that approval, there were also design guidelines approved, and those guidelines provide structure and requirements for architecture, landscape, and signage within this planning area. And then lastly, the project was evaluated from an environmental impact perspective as well. So looking at the actual amendment before you tonight, it may sound familiar because back in 2023, you did evaluate this exact request. At the time, staff had recommended to not approve the amendments. We were focused on maintaining the high-quality architecture the specific plan envisions and requires, and we were also looking to support more manufacturing buildings. The applicant very aptly also pointed out that the shape of Planning Area 6 is very unique. So in order to site these very large industrial buildings, some of them are over 1 million square feet, there's pretty, limited orientations that you can turn those buildings and still make the size that they're searching for. In addition, they also highlighted for the staff and council some truck safety requirements of theirs. So if there's a lot of movement within a building, it would be harder for these large trucks to dock properly. And so with all that information, the council gave direction for staff to continue working with the applicant and come up with some language that could meet both the aesthetic vision of the train station specific plan and the operational needs that fit the property constraints of the applicant. And so we did just that. It took us a little bit of time, but we are happy to present to you tonight 2 policy amendments. The first amendment would allow for docks to face the public right-of-way. But the second policy amendment there does ensure that the architectural design and integrity is still meeting the specific plan's vision. And so here's that first policy as currently written. It highlights some setback requirements, but the main piece here is what's highlighted in green, that last bullet. It essentially states that loading docks cannot face a public right-of-way. The applicant is requesting that to be removed, and staff is now in support of that, combined with a couple extra amendments to another policy. So removing that element will allow for, if you can imagine, this is just a rendering, but these are example renderings of what that area may look like. So you would have docks potentially facing the public right-of-way. However, with berming and landscaping setback distances, you should be able to soften that aesthetic. Additionally, the second policy amendment is really, the belt and suspenders approach for the architectural integrity. This is the policy as currently written. It does require there to be a break within a building that's longer than 150 feet. So if you can imagine a football field is 300 feet, that would mean you need 2 breaks in the architecture. So you would need significant movement in the elevation of that architecture twice. What is being proposed is to remove that break requirement and make it part of a plethora of options. So that break requirement now is just the first bullet of this list of options of architectural design elements that an applicant can incorporate. So it's no longer as constrained as just one architectural design option. So now there are additional options, and the developer is required to implement at least 3 of those options. And I have visuals again, because I do believe when you talk architecture, visuals are always much more helpful. So one of the options is the break, right? So within 150 feet, you would have significant movement in your building. You can see that highlighted in the bottom left photograph where the red lines are. It just shows that big inset within the building. Another option would be providing a variety in roof line heights. So this image actually comes straight from the approved design guidelines. So you can see that the roof lines vary, and in addition to that, you have different color blocking that breaks up the massing. So although these are large buildings, there's a lot of interest within them. Another option that we provided was an improved cornice element or improved roof element, so you can build up that roof line. So it just gives another extra oomph to that roof line. Another option would be faux windows. The top image here, that's actually just paint. It's just color blocking. But of course, as you're moving by quickly or just at a glance, it does give the impression of faux windows. And then the bottom photo, those truly are faux windows. It's essentially like a plastic, but it gives that aesthetic of a window. And once again, just breaking up a really large elevation. Mm-hmm. And then the last option that we have provided is to add an extra element. So you could do an awning or a detached or attached extra architectural feature that just provides a little more relief. In this example here, the orange that you're seeing on the left-hand side, that's actually barely attached to the building. It's offset from the building about 10 feet or so, and it adds some shadow lines and some depth into that stretch of building. So once again, the policy amendment now allows for them to select 3 of any of those options and apply it to the architecture. So although there may be loading docks facing that public right-of-way, you're going to have 3 of these design elements as a minimum to ensure that we're meeting the vision of our specific plan. And so with that, staff is recommending that council approve Resolution 2024-269, amending the specific plan policies.
I have a point of clarification, Mr. City Manager. The item that was just presented is item 16. At least as it's marked on my presentation.
That's item 17.
Yes, my apologies.
In your agenda, it's item 17.
Okay.
Yes, I prepared the PowerPoints before the agenda was published, so I had anticipated this being presented as item 16, but I believe it was published on your agenda as 17.
Okay, so we're on 17 now. All right, just want to make sure, point of clarification for the record. Let me open up the public hearing for item 17. Do we have any public speakers on this item?
I do not. Did anyone wish to speak on this item?
Okay, I will close.
Madam Vice Mayor, I think you have
There is a
someone
gentleman.
Oh, okay, I'm
wishes to
sorry, I
speak.
didn't see that. Thank you.
And can I get your name, sir?
Yes, my name is David Stroud. Thank you, council. I represent the ownership of the land out at the industrial park. I just wanted to say thank you to Maylee and David and David and David in regards to the help that they have provided in amending these design guidelines, basically, so that we have some variety, some specificity as to what we can do, and also provide us with kind of the foundation, if you will, of really what we can start out there. We're anxious to get started out there. There's obviously still a lot of infrastructure expenses, design, et cetera, that you are, I'm sure, very aware of. But we're working hard with staff to get to the point where we can actually start this project, and hopefully in the next couple of years we'll be able to do that. I'd be happy to answer questions. I'm not much of an architect, so I really probably can't answer architectural questions real well, other than as I said, we're pleased now that we have some alternatives, and hopefully those alternatives will be pleasant to you folks and provide you with the kind of aesthetic and the kind of project that we've been working on now since 2010, and hopefully move on.
Okay, thank you, sir, very much. Any other speakers on this item before I close the public hearing? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and bring this back for City Council consideration. Colleagues, any questions or comments? All right. All right then, well, I will entertain a motion to approve Resolution 2024-269.
And I will second.
Who made the motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, motion. Okay, second. All in favor? Aye. Kate Patrice? Okay, aye. All right, so that's a unanimous vote. And we are on to item 16.
Yes, item 16, public hearing and first reading and introduction of ordinance 2024-10 of the City Council of the City of Fairfield approving the Sixth Amendment to the amended and restated development agreement between the City of Fairfield and Cannon Partners LLC regarding land in the train station specific plan area. And again, our presenter is Maylee Sheehan, Principal Planner.
Thank you. And again, clarification, this is 16. My apologies, the PowerPoints were done a little ahead. Okay, so jumping right back into the Northeast, I won't give the whole spiel again, but this is always the best photograph. We're looking at the train station specific plan. I bring this up because the development agreement in question does cover planning areas 4, 5, and 6. Once again, we're focused more solely on planning area 6. So some foundational information for the development agreement amendment before you today is in 2013, the city conducted a fee study to evaluate the cost of infrastructure required to serve all the new development out in the area. And along with that, we adopted a set of development impact fees. Since then, a lot has changed since 2013, of course, so we've re-updated those studies and we have also updated the impact fees that go along with it. The development agreement that is currently existing references that 2013 study in multiple locations. It's throughout the entire document. So one of the more minor amendments before you tonight is to make sure that we update that to the current 2022 study. Shifting into the primary part of the amendment request, the DA includes a definition for what is known as an equivalent dwelling unit, or an EDU. As defined, an EDU is a measure of transportation impact of a development. So in the DA, the EDUs are calculated by totaling 3 transportation impact fees under the low density and single family residential category. So regardless if the project is commercial, industrial, or residential, we're always looking at the low density single family fees and totaling those up to come to what we know as one equivalent dwelling unit. The industrial development is slated for planning area 6 has an EDU factor that is weighted at a ratio of 0.04 for every 1,000 square feet of development. So this calculates out to approximately $1 per square feet of development impact fees. The proposal today, the applicant is requesting that that EDU factor be increased from 0.04 to 0.13, or approximately $4 a square foot. So they are requesting that the EDU factor be increased so that they would be paying more impact fees, and that is for the purpose of being able to provide and establish the required infrastructure in a more timely manner. So knowing this is a unique way of charging impact fees, I've included this slide just to show you the breakdown of how that EDU is calculated. So on the screen here, those are the 2022 fee study development impact fees for the 3 transportation impact fees for the low density single family. Comes out to about approximately $30,000. If we multiply that by the proposed EDU factor of 0.134, that gives you the approximately $4 a square foot. And so keeping it very short and sweet, staff is recommending that the council hold the public hearing and introduce the first reading to ordinance 2024-10, which would support the amendment to the development agreement to increase that EDU factor.
Thank you. I will open the public hearing. And do we have any speakers on this item?
I do not. Did anyone wish to speak on item 16? Oh, we have David, right?
David Stroud, yes.
Thank you.
You might mark this down as one of the few times a developer is actually asking you to increase fees rather than to lower them. It's not, doesn't come natural for us to do that, but in this case, again, working with David and Maylee, we have a tremendous obligation and tremendous expense associated with building the roadways and the bridges, et cetera, that are going to service this area. And acknowledging that we needed, in order to do that, we needed to increase this fee in order so that we could pay for these things. So anyway, again, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but I thank you very much for taking taking this under consideration.
If
Thank
you
you.
could share that strategy with other builders, maybe.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You won't be getting any opposition from us tonight on this, I don't think. All right, are there any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and bring this back for city council consideration. Colleagues, any questions or comments? Okay, I will entertain a motion. All right, I have a motion by Councilmember Vaccaro. Do I have a second? Okay, and all in favor? Aye. All right, that motion passes. To approve the first reading of ordinance 2024-10. We are now moving to the
Item 18?
item 18. Let's get to the main events here. Item
Okay.
18.
Public hearing and resolution 2024-270 of the City Council of the City of Fairfield partially overturning the Planning Commission's decision and approving a conditional use permit, UP 2024-005, to operate a school, social, and personal development, and a conditional use permit, UP 2024-006, to operate an office medical at 743 East Tabor Avenue, 0037-020-460, with conditions to resolve outstanding administrative citations prior to operation.
Thank you. Okay, so we are operating now as a quasi-judicial body, right? So we're kind of like judges up here, and we're having a hearing on this appeal. So it's within my discretion to set time limits, which I will do. I'm going to give each attorney 10 minutes to make their presentations. And being an attorney myself, I know how hard it is to talk and get everything in 10 minutes, but I'm really going to ask you to make your very best effort to do so. And then I am going to just repeat that any public comments will be limited to 2 minutes, and I will be enforcing those time limits as well so that we can move these matters along. And with that, I will begin. First of all, I'm going to open the public hearing and put this issue in context for you briefly. City Church has been granted 2 use permits to operate a faith-based college and medical clinic at 743 East Tabor Avenue, obviously in Fairfield. The zoning administrator approved both use permits with conditions for City Church to resolve all outstanding administrative actions. The Planning Commission granted City Church their appeal request, and actually just they granted the appeal to remove the condition from both permits. The City Council has called the Planning Commission action up for reconsideration by the City Council. So can I now please have the parties introduce themselves at a mic via your attorneys?
I'm Pastor Scott Mulvey, and this is our attorney, Matt, with the EJI.
Council, please introduce yourself, sir.
Good evening, Matthew McReynolds on behalf of City Church Fairfield, and I have my colleague here as well.
Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of the City Council. David Lim, City Attorney for the City of Fairfield. I'm with City Staff Maylee Sheehan, Code Enforcement Official Jeremy Prophet, Fire Marshal Stephen Conti, and Jeff Thomas, the Building Official.
Thank you. Are both parties ready to proceed? And head shakes don't work on the record. I need an affirmative statement from each party.
Yes.
Can you say that into the mic, sir? I'm sorry, I need the attorney speaking into the microphone. My apologies for that. Ready to proceed, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All
we
right,
are.
all right.
Good.
That's much better, thank you. All right, will the city please present an overview of the issues that led to the city's approval of both of the use permits with various conditions of approval?
Yes. All right, so first of all, thank you everyone for joining us this evening. This is a full house. Appreciate everyone's attendance. In order to understand the resolution that is presented before the council this evening, I will be doing an overview, very high level, of the use permit approval and appeal process, some history on the city's engagement with City Church. Then I'll go into details about the proposed land uses for the use permits and the conditions. And then we'll focus on the appeal that occurred at Planning Commission and conclude with staff recommendation. For tonight's focus, as you mentioned, there are 2 use permits. Those use permits were granted to City Church by the zoning administrator in August. However, the approvals came with one particular condition in mind, which is to pay all outstanding administrative citations that are tied to the property. So that is referenced as condition number 2 in several of the documents that have been provided to you. So the zoning administrator did approve the uses to allow the operations of a life skills program or the faith-based college and a medical office or the medical clinic as referenced, with that condition to pay all those outstanding citations. The condition also allows for a payment plan to be put in place, so the lump sum does not have to be paid in one go. It can be spread throughout a payment plan. Although they were granted an approval, the City Church group did want to appeal the requirement of condition number 2 being tied to the beginning operations of their college and their medical clinic. That appeal was reviewed by our Planning Commission in October, and our Planning Commission did grant them the appeal. So the Planning Commission reapproved the 2 use permits, removing condition number 2. The following City Council meeting, 2 members of the council requested that the Planning Commission's action be pulled up for review, which brings us to this evening. So tonight, the council is going to be asked to either affirm or overturn the Planning Commission's action. So what you need to consider is whether you want to approve or deny the use permits, and if you would like to approve the use permits, should we be including condition number 2?
Okay, is that it?
I have more, but I
Oh,
can pause.
I'm sorry. My bad. I'm sorry.
I apologize. So just very quickly, as you referenced, we are on East Tabor, so that's just a contextual map of where we're located. It's 2 acres. It's zoned high-density residential, which does allow for a church or place of worship, and it does allow for a medical office or a school to be permitted with a use permit. Very quickly, the correspondence the city had with City Church dates back to 2021, where the city entered into a memorandum of understanding with City Church to support a temporary shelter. A temporary shelter permit was then issued, and then shortly before the expiration date, the city sent a formal letter to City Church saying, per our MOU and your shelter permit, your program must conclude. In 2022, the program had not concluded yet, so the city continued to contact City Church. That contact included 7 inspections conducted by our building division and our fire department and our police department. There were also 2 inspection attempts that were denied. The property tenants did not wish for us to do those inspections. That same year, 2 notice and orders were issued, 2 preliminary notices to abate the nuisance were issued, and then the first citation of approximately $18,000 was issued, and the second citation of approximately $20,000 was issued. That $20,000 does include the previous 18. I do want to note that the fines could have been issued much earlier. You notice there's 2 of everything. We could have been issuing at the first notice of each item. However, out of good faith, we did not issue those citations. We wanted to continue coordinating with City Church to remedy the violations that were found on property. So here is a list of the violations that were found on property. I won't run through all of them, but there were various land use violations, building and fire code violations, as well as some stormwater, which falls under both a city and state violation, and some Department of Healthcare Services and Solano County health violations as well. We continue to coordinate with City Church, so we are now into 2023. At this point, the pest infestation, the roof leak, and the fire alarms were all resolved. All the violations have been resolved. There were 2 more inspections conducted, and in this year, City Church requested to have an abatement hearing so that they could challenge the citations they had been issued. At the abatement hearing, both parties, the City of Fairfield and City Church, agreed that we would abolish all of the fines if the remaining outstanding violations could be remedied within 6 months. We then extended that 6 months an additional 90 days, again in good faith. However, the timeframes came and went and the violations remained outstanding. So at a second abatement hearing, the hearing officer upheld those fines. Simultaneously in 2023, City Church petitioned the council to waive their entitlement application fees. The council denied waiving those fees. Coming to this year, we did receive the use permit applications. Another inspection was done by the Department of Healthcare Services. A third notice and order was issued to address some of the violations that were identified by the Department of Healthcare Services. And then the zoning administrator approved the use permits. The appeal was then granted by Planning Commission, as I noted earlier. I won't go into much detail there. As noted, there are two use permits under review. They would be located in the red boxes within the building. The school program is offered in 5 phases. It allows for life skills, communication skills, basic computer skills, job finding, and eventually securing employment and housing. The medical clinic would be open to the general public, not just people within their school program, and it would offer consultation, prescriptions, and minor wound care. It was informed to us that they would not be filling prescriptions. Some key conditions for the school is to meet code occupancy. Same goes for the medical clinic, and to make sure that the medical clinic has all the proper licenses and certificates as required by the state. Both of the use permits are required to pay those outstanding administrative citations and rectify any of the illegal construction. The church, as I noted, appealed condition number 2, and the Planning Commission did grant that appeal. Staff did not find that there were any merits to the Religious Land Use and Institutions Persons Act claims, but our city attorney can probably address that more if you have questions. So again, tonight you're being asked, do you wish to affirm or overturn the Planning Commission's action? That would require you to decide should the use permits be approved or denied, and if they are approved, do you want to include condition number 2? The resolution before you is partially overturning the action. The reason we say partially is because we do want to continue to approve the use permits. The Planning Commission approved it. We would suggest that you continue to approve it. The partial overturn portion is to reinstate condition number 2, requiring the church to pay their outstanding fines prior to beginning their operations.
Thank you. At this,
I'm sorry, Madam Vice Mayor,
Yes,
if I
sir.
may, we have 2 minutes remaining. I'm the city attorney for the city of Fairfield. I want to add to what Ms. Sheehan added to provide some legal context to what you're going to hear or what we think you're going to hear from the appeal by City Church.
okay, let me ask a point of clarification here. So your 10-minute allotted time, you're saying part of it was just utilized by the staff report?
Correct.
Okay, proceed.
Yeah, and I'm going to take about 2 minutes just
Okay.
to summarize. And if we have a chance to make closing arguments, we'll ask for that. But of course, we'll defer to whatever the
Fantastic.
body wants to do. So really what this is, what we think you're going to hear from City Church, we would submit city staff does not disagree with at all. The signs that we love City Church, that City Church welcomes you back to life are all true. What you have is a code enforcement officer, a building official, and a fire marshal who are tasked with protecting life safety issues in the city. And those 2 things can be true. They can respect and support City Church, but also require that any services provided at City Church be done in a way that respects and provides for the life safety of the people that it serves. Unhoused people deserve to live with dignity in places where they have clean water, clean beds, and safe living conditions. And that's all city staff has done. And as you can see from the timeline, they worked extensively to offer solutions, to give extensions, to allow City Church to come into compliance. Everything you're going to hear tonight from City Church and its supporters, city staff agrees with 100%, except for the fact that people deserve to live in dignity and in a safe and healthy environment. This hearing is not about whether the code violations are proper. Those appeals have been exhausted. What we're here today is to determine whether or not the fines should be paid after Pastor Mulvey had every opportunity to cure those violations, refused to do so, went through all his appeal processes and chose not to appeal through it. The analogy that I will give the council as you listen to City Church supporters, who we agree with, is that schools, nursing facilities, hospitals must abide by health and safety violation standards for the good of the community, for the good of the clients they serve. City Church is no different, and the city staff is ready to welcome City Church back with open arms for the good work they do in the community, if they do so in a way that respects the dignity and the health and the safety of those who they serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. All right. Would the attorney for City Church step forward, please?
Thank you, members of the City Council. I'll be relatively brief because I know that we want to hear primarily from the people whose lives have been changed by City Church, and I think you also need to hear from Pastor Mulvey as well as the church's architect, who can speak more specifically to what the church has been doing to remedy the violations that the city identified, as well as the broader context. Just a few points as we get started. First of all, I think there is a lot of common ground here, and that's a place that we can build on. The work that City Church has been doing in this community, many of you are familiar with it. All the people who are in the audience today are here to attest to that. The timeline that the city has put forward, I think, has to be expanded to take account of the approximately 15 years or so that City Church was serving the community before the city got involved. And Pastor Mulvey can speak to that, as can many others who are here. And so I just have to respectfully dispute the notion that somehow the church lacks in its caring or the conditions under which people were housed on its property for the first 15 years or so before the city got involved. You'll hear from people here whose lives were changed during that time frame, and during the time frame when it's been intimated the church was somehow lacking in their dignity. And fast forward, we have to take account too of the last 6 months or so since people were evicted from the church. Tragically, individuals who were sent away from the church property since the city required that have died on the streets of this community. That's just appalling. It shouldn't happen anywhere, but it certainly shouldn't happen here, where it was entirely preventable, where they were in a safe place and receiving services. And that's really why we're here. We're here to get the church back on track. Everybody agrees in principle that we want the church to be able to resume the life-giving and life-saving services that they were offering. The problem is these massive fines, which cannot possibly be paid by the church up front, and which are out of all proportion to any violations that either existed or that continue to exist. So that's really what is before you tonight, is the question of, are we going to allow the church to get back to the important work that they were doing, and what do we have to do? How can we collaborate in order to get that to a place where the church can actually deal with them? And so we would ask and suggest, in this process, as it's been explained to us, that only the city council has the ability to change the fines that have been levied, that those fines not only be separated from the process of the CUP, as the Planning Commission did, but that those fines be drastically reduced, possibly even eliminated, to the point that this nonprofit can get back to doing its work, and that those fines will not be a barrier to the most vulnerable in our community receiving the services they need. Last thing I'll mention, and then I'll be done. I just have to speak very briefly to the legal issues. I know this is a very sophisticated council, and so we appreciate the perspectives that all of you bring to any type of legal discussion. And I just want to say that when we bring up federal laws like the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act, it's not from a standpoint of something that we read somewhere, that we've heard about, that we think maybe if we throw it against the wall it might stick. This is an area of law in which we have been engaged, and we have been a leader on the West Coast for more than the last 20 years. And many of the precedents that we have cited in there, the leading precedents from the Ninth Circuits, are precedents that we obtained for other church clients. Now, in most cases, when we have represented churches and outreaches in similar circumstances, we've been able to work with cities, to work with local governments, and avoid litigation that frankly is rarely in anyone's best interest. That's what we're here to do tonight. We're here in a posture of conciliation, collaboration, to hopefully get this back to a place where this community's needs can best be met. So with that, if I may, I'd like to call forward Pastor Mulvey to address some of the other specifics brought forward by city staff.
Council, thank you. I honestly don't know where to begin. This has been a 2-year plus process, and came as a big surprise to me when it first came about. As it's been said, we've been doing this for 17 years, serving the community the best that we can, in every way that we can, from graffiti abatement to trash pickup downtown, trash pickup in District 5, housing people. We're the only housing provider that will take people that cannot pay a rent or a housing fee or a program fee. None of the other providers do that. But we have made it our policy to take anybody that wants a life change. That's the key. They would have to want a life change. We're not a mission. We're not 3 meals in a bed. We're here to take people who want out of homelessness, who want out of the prison system, who want a better life, and to give them a better life. And we've been very successful at it. We have agencies that will tell you that we're the most successful. We have the highest success rate in Northern California. And we have housed a lot of people. The staff mentioned that the city had approached us to do what was called the pop-up program. What they failed to mention was we had been housing long before the city ever approached us. And the city approached us to do that because we were so successful, and asked us to do a pilot program which consisted of pop-up tents. We agreed to do that. They bought the tents for us, and it was a 6-month program. At the end of the 6 months, we had to shut that program down, that part of what we do, down. The staff mentioned that we were ordered to stop housing. That is untrue. It had nothing to do with our program. It was separate from our program, and that request came by way of Don LaBar and that section of the city that does housing. Very successful. We were successful at that even. But because it was a 6-month program and the design was to encourage other churches to do it by using us as an example that it could be done, no other churches stepped up to do it. The program stopped after 6 months. We shut it down, and we continued to do what we had already and always been doing. It's interesting that the fire department, the building department, they all inspected us prior to doing the pop-up program with the city and approved us as a site for housing, approved the tents, approved everything. And after the 6 months, and we shut that down, we continued to house with their approval. It wasn't until a later date, approximately a year later, year and a half, that we all of a sudden were bombarded by inspections and found that there were some issues with the building, issues that we knew about. We had a leaky roof. There were issues with our sprinkler system we did not know about, issues with the tie-in with the fire department we did not know about. It is a 50-plus-year-old building. When we were told about the issues, we did not have the money to fix them. And not all of them as quickly as wanted.
Pastor Mulvey, you have 1 minute.
Okay. We had a number of companies that stepped up and provided for us. You have a new roof, sprinkler system, everything that they requested has been done. Maybe not in the time that they wanted it done, but in the time that we could get it done with the labor and the donations that we had. My appeal to you tonight is not to hash over old business and who said, they said. If there's misunderstandings on our part, then I apologize. Our church apologizes. What we're looking for today is a means of moving forward. I was contacted today by Gene at the Mission Samoa, asking us to please ask you in his name to let us open. They are getting 20 calls a day for housing, and they have to turn away all 20. They cannot take anybody at this time. So if you take that 20 and times it by some of the other agencies, there are a lot of people that need help. We would like to meet that need, and we need your approval to do it.
Thank you. Okay, so we will now. Thank you. We will now take public speakers on this matter. Public speakers will be limited to 2 minutes, and I think that Pastor Mulvey just said something very important, which is, we don't, or he's saying he doesn't want, a hashing over of, this and that and this and that. And so I'm interested to hear your public comments and how we can continue this discussion. All right, so the first public speaker.
Rochelle Connor, to be followed by Denise Johnson.
How does, oh, no, I pushed the wrong button, sorry. David, come.
Whoops, wrong one, sorry.
I was pushing the right one, it was just the wrong direction.
How's that? That better?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members.
Good evening.
There are some options before the council tonight, as was presented, and one of the options is that the council may choose to approve the use permits and uphold the Planning Commission's decision to grant City Church their appeal. Under that circumstance, both uses would be approved and City Church would not be required to resolve their administrative citations prior to operation. At this point, it is becoming winter, it's becoming cold, and we want people, no more people to die on the street. We want them to be in operation, and that the Planning Commission rightly dismissed that citation, and we'd like that appeal to be upheld. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Denise Johnson, to be followed by John Takeuchi.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, City Council. I am Denise Johnson. I'm a business consultant, and I also attend City Church. From a business perspective, I'm just confused with this because when I look at City Church and this history and what it has done, that my tax dollars don't go to pay for any of that. I see people get back to work. I see private, is this working? I see a clinic that is serving people, getting them medical care that I don't have to pay for from my tax dollars. When I look at that from a business perspective, that just means profitable for the city that I live in, that I'm a voter in. My ask is that remove the fines so that they can get back, take care of the people, do the job that they've been doing over 17 years effectively. From a business perspective, I work in consultants. Their return rate is astronomical. From that perspective, I'm asking you to look at it. If you don't believe in the church, you don't like pastor, forget it. But look at it from that perspective of the value it's bringing to the city and to the people, and that we don't put dollars over the lives of people.
Thank you.
John Takeuchi to be followed by Jason Victor.
And I'm going to ask that when you're following the speaker that's presenting, please get up and get ready to come around and to present, all right? So we can move it right along. Mr. Takeuchi, you have the floor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The key issue here seems to be the fines. You know, and I'm an Air Force guy. I've done a lot of projects, and solving this thing seems to me fairly easy. I would think about a forgivable loan to City Church to get whatever work needs to be done. Okay, and then eliminate the administrative fines as those tasks are done. Okay, here's the problem. If City Church goes away, the homeless are going to lose. We're all going to lose. That's really what's in your lap right now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jason Victor to be followed by Jamie Rodriguez.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Jason Victor. I was just coming to speak about what City Church has done for me. I was addicted to drugs. I wanted to be off of drugs, and I needed a place to live and a safe place. And City Church, they opened their doors to me, and I've been clean ever since I was there. I'm on 2 years and 2.5 years almost. I've got my family back, working, a productive member of society again. And yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations.
Jamie Rodriguez to be followed by Vern.
Okay.
Good
My
evening.
name is Jamie Rodriguez. Hi. But City Church has helped me get off the streets when I was in my addiction. I wound up homeless, was kidnapped by human trafficking people. What else? I was running from my life. After I got away from him, I escaped with God's help because I prayed to him, and he made a way for me to escape, and I found City Church. So, and I'm an alumni from there. So, yes, I would love it if you guys open their doors again, because there's lots of people that need City Church.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Vern to be followed by Tanya Van Hook.
Good evening. My name is Vern. I stand before you tonight, 20 months clean and sober. My life wasn't always easy. As you will hear tonight, many testimonies on how Pastor Scott and Pastor Deborah had a vision on helping people like myself to gain their self-confidence, motivation, and believing in themselves. I've been with City Life School since March of 2023. This is my greatest honor and blessing from God to be the first to graduate from City Life School, graduating class of 2024. I have gained so much from City Life School. I am the chef, a good one at that, and assistant to Pastor Scott and Pastor Deborah. Today I can say I believe in myself, I love myself, and I got this. If it wasn't for Pastor Scott and Pastor Deborah and all the City Life School staff, I don't know where or what will be of me. So I ask you, please help us to reopen. so we can help others to regain self-confidence. Pastor Scott and Pastor Deborah, I thank you. I thank you and I love you. And my name is Vern and I approve this message.
All right, Vernon. Okay, thank you. Please come to order. Thank you.
Okay, Tanya, and then to be followed by Bob Thomas.
My name is Tanya Van Hook. This is my third time in front of you guys.
Good evening.
Yes, and so, you know, I try not to cry every time. So I'm almost 5 years clean because of City Church. Really. And it's a blessing, and I lived there. So the way that they said that things was, we had a bucket under the leak that was in the roof. We had a bucket there. It wasn't leaking on the people. We were doing really good, and we lived there. And so it was okay, and then he got the roof fixed and everything else fixed, and it was safe. And you could come there even if you had nothing. Like me, I had nothing. I went there with nothing. And they said, come on, you could live here. And then they said, you could learn about God here. You could get your job training here. You could do all kind of, it gave me hope. You ain't nothing without hope. And so the hope for this city should be the fact that City Church really changes lives. It really does. It gives you your life back. And that's the most important thing. That's how we thrive as a community. We talk about all this statistic stuff. We got to get back to the people. We got to help the people, and we do that every day. And I give out food every day.
You have 30 seconds, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you for
You're doing
listening.
great. Thank you very much.
Next is Bob Thomas, to be followed by Deb Trefathan.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
I'm not a past resident of City Church, but I am a member of the church. I've seen with my own eyes how the lives that they've saved, the help that they give people, and the hope that they bring to their lives. I was at the Planning Commission meeting, and I witnessed a 7-0 vote. And I'm just not sure why that this is under review again, because a unanimous vote by the Planning Commission should have been the end of it, I thought. But I just ask you to do the right thing and to vote to open City Church back up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Karen, is Ms. City Clerk, is there a speaker after this one?
I am. Next is Henry Costa.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Deb Trefethen, and I'm commonly known around the church as Nurse Deb.
Good evening.
I've been a member of this church since before Pastor Scott came there, when it was the Lighthouse. And he came with all these wonderful ideas, and I thought, okay, we'll see. But he pulled them off. He started helping people. He was saving people that didn't even for a while know that they wanted to be saved. God bless him. He said something to me about starting the medical office or the clinic. I thought he was nuts. Well, here we go. And I want to tell you, you know, a big part of this is about money. And I don't know if anybody's explained to you or not, but our medical office has saved this city over $1 million a year since we opened it. Because people come to us and they don't have to treat the ER like it's their primary care doctor. And we treat anybody that walks in the door, and we don't charge anybody anything. So we have all these people. It's not just the people at the church that we take care of. We take care of anybody that comes there. So I would ask you, please, it is getting cold.
You have 30 seconds, ma'am.
People are getting sick again. So please, just let this go. It shouldn't be about money. It should be about lives.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Henry Costa, to be followed by Tim Deming.
My name is Henry Costa. When I came to City Church, I was addicted to meth, spiritually bankrupt, physically malnourished, mentally broken, and emotionally unstable, living out of a shopping cart with only a backpack filled with dirty clothes. I came off the street from doing a 12-year run. I had a criminal record, no money, no job, and no future. With lots of compassion, City Church clothed me, fed me, and gave me a safe place with a roof over my head. They held classes every day where I can start learning the basic foundations of life and helped integrate me back into society. They set me up with a caseworker and counselors so that I could start building a better future for myself. Most importantly, I gained a relationship with Jesus Christ, who changed my life, my morals, my values, and gave me hope for the very first time in my life. And in the 2 years I was with City Church, I sealed my criminal record, got a job, and became inspired to become a firefighter. While I was working and living at City Church, I started school at Solano Community College and took 3 courses, EMR 128, Fire 101, Fire 50, and I passed all classes. After my first semester of school, I became eligible for EMT 112. School was difficult, but City Church believed in me with lots of encouragement and helped me pass EMT 112. And I am now a licensed emergency medical technician. Currently now, I have successfully transitioned from City Church. I am
have 20
2
seconds,
years
sir.
clean and sober, and I am one of the leaders in the program Celebrate Recovery. I tell you all of my accomplishments not to boast about what I've done, but how God and City Church has made my wildest dreams possible for me, because I couldn't have done this alone. I want to thank Pastor Scott and Pastor Deborah,
You
along
need to
with every
finish up,
pastor
sir. Your
and
time is
staff
up,
member.
and thank you for a great commentary.
Tim Deming, to be followed by Peter Horn.
My name's Tim Deming. I'm the architect for the City Church. I've been an architect involved with housing throughout the state of California for over 50 years. And one thing I've noticed is the programs that are out there now are there only for one reason: get them out of my sight. Put them in a house someplace, get them out of my sight. That's not what City Church does. They get them out of the program into society. 10 years ago, I worked with the city and City Church to put pop-up homes on the City Church property. Technically, we couldn't do it. 2 years ago, the city went to City Church and gave them tents. Class C occupancy, put them in tents, give them housing. Okay? It was approved. Program came to the end. That doesn't mean that their occupancy is Class C, could continue. They just didn't know that they needed to ask for it. I came in 2 years ago to correct some of the technical issues. I then came in February of 22 in our first meeting with
You have
city
30 seconds, sir. Pardon me.
to try to bring us about. We would like to collaborate and work with the city. If we have caused any misunderstandings or hard feelings, we apologize for those. What we want to do is get reestablished in the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Peter Horn, to be followed by Matt McReynolds.
Good evening. Grateful, seriously grateful for you giving us a voice here tonight. I'm here tonight to represent the instructional side of the City Church program. I came alongside Pastor Scott 4 years ago. I remain active there today. I dedicate probably upwards of 20 hours a month there. I take no compensation for that. Just so you know who I am, I have a bachelor's degree in corrective counseling, master's equivalency and service coordination. I'm accredited to work with people with personality and behavioral disorders, and I'm a chaplain. So all that said, it's not about me. It's to represent the quality of the staff at this program so that you can further contemplate that side of the life skills component that fully integrates these people, as Henry so eloquently demonstrated for you, to reintegrate back into the society. It makes more sense to have these programs involved so that if we look at the long-term, as far as the fines, the long-term consequences to the city of the additional stress on city services, we heard earlier about the Economic Development Commission and small businesses and their ability to grow and prosper with the climate of homeless people stressing the social services. If you look at those considerations, it's my heart that you hopefully extend that out a few years. You're going to see that the amount of money, as large as it is a drop in the bucket in terms of what this, and I'm an ambassador for another city. I have seen these programs. You've seen several presentations tonight on the
You have 30 seconds, sir.
of proactive programs. So the last thing I would say to you is it just makes more sense. It's common sense, and these people that you see here today represent the success. We have a quality staff to the life skills side as well. I'm happy to be there because of the quality that we demonstrate. So we're instructing them as well, and I would hope that in my heart of hearts you would further contemplate the value of that and how these folks are reintegrating back into society and the value it brings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt McReynolds.
I'll yield to the next speaker unless the council just really wants to hear from me again. Thank you.
Richard West, to be followed by Reggie McKinney.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and City Council. I just wanted to take a moment and say that this city needs City Church's program.
Excuse me, Pastor West, the mic's not working. We can reset the time.
Yeah, I think you set your phone on and on accident.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay. All right, sorry about that.
Here we go again.
I just want to say, as a pastor at Liberty Church, when we found out that the City Church program was red tagged and closed, we immediately went over and began to assess what needed to be done and sent construction people over and sent some money to try to help remedy these things immediately. I have a foster daughter who is a graduate of that program, and her life was literally transformed by this program, as well as the husband she met during the program. This city needs this organization to reopen, and I don't know what these fines are. I've been told they're pretty high, but if there's any way we can release these fines, cancel them somehow, we can help solve the other cost, but we cannot, in good conscience, raise the money that is required to pay these heavy fines for a program that has been operational for so long. So if there's any way that we can collaborate together, I think the city needs unity, and we need to find a way to help those who are marginalized and really struggling and need this program. So that's my desire. I'm just here to express if there's any way you guys can help collaborate with us to do this, we'd love to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pastor.
Next speaker, Reggie McKinney, to be followed by Nora Dizon.
Mr. McKinney? Mr. McKinney going once, twice. Nora, please step forward.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am perplexed at where we're at in this situation with City Church. This City Council, for so many years, proudly proclaimed that one of its wonderful policies is to take care of the houseless, to be caring about the people who are less fortunate in the city. And we have City Church they've been doing this without being a burden to the city. They've been, instead of, they haven't asked for money. So please think of this as they could have been asking for funding all these years instead of paying them $1 million a year. It's just every year for how many years? You're just gonna say, okay, took you a little bit longer to get things done. You know, but that's okay. You've done a lot, and you will continue to do a lot for this community. Just waive these fines. It's a church, for goodness sake. And we're going to have a bunch of heavy rain coming starting tomorrow. A lot of people are going to need...
You have 30 seconds, Ms. Dizon. Thank you.
Are going to need shelter, and they don't, you know, and not to be getting sick again. You've already heard all the things that they do, and effectively, we're spending over $1 million every year with another agency that is not as effective. Please help them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Geneva Miller, to be followed by Lorenzo Perez.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hi. My name is Geneva Miller. I have been a member of City Church Fairfield since I was 19 years old. I have been a resident of Fairfield-Vacaville area for 20 years. I am now 31. I have witnessed the progress and growth of City Church throughout these last 12 years. Their impact in the community has not gone unnoticed by press surrounding churches and neighborhoods. As we are now in the holiday season, the works that organizations do for the homeless community, such as feeding, clothing, gifting, etc., for 1 month out of the year, City Church has done this for 12 months, every day, 365, 66 days of the year. In the past 5 years, City Church's mission of helping the homeless, domestic violence victims, and formerly incarcerated drug-addicted civilians have caught the attention of faith-based organizations and non-faith-based organizations nationwide. Organizations have asked for our blueprint in tackling something that appears to be so simple yet complex. Blueprints for how to address homelessness from a faith-based perspective, or how to be an advocate for lost persons who need to get out of the jailbird mindset or an abusive relationship. This blueprint could create a domino effect here in Solano County, to the northern regions of California, to the entire state, the western region of the United States, and so on. This effect could start here in Fairfield, with City Church taking the lead and the support of the city and community residents by its side. History can be made starting with you, our elected officials. Waiving these fees.
You have
could
30
expedite-
seconds, ma'am.
Thank you. Waiving these fees could expedite our process. When I say our, I mean all of us, including you, in resuming our mission and developing programs tailored to helping our homeless communities and so forth. Paying these fees will slow us down while the issues double in speed. Are there logistics and repairs that need to be addressed? Absolutely. I am hopeful that history can be made with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lorenzo.
Hello, council.
No, excuse me.
Hold on. Lorenzo Perez, to be followed by Lucia Morales.
Good evening.
Hey, hello, council. Thank you for this opportunity. This is a God's program. It saved my life. I came in right out of jail, heading back towards the streets, and then I met a gentleman on the street corner doing one of the Obama phones, and he told me about this place. And so I traveled. I was praying in jail for a God program, and I traveled from Modesto, Stanislaus County over here to Suisun, to Solano County, and met Pastor Scott Mulvey and his wife Deborah Mulvey, Pastor Deborah Mulvey, and they are amazing people. Amazing. They help people. They don't ask nothing from nobody. They introduced Jesus Christ in my life to me, and that's more precious than any gem, any money, any fine that's out there. is Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, and this is a God's program. We don't want to rob from God. We don't want to break down Pastor Scott's movies. We don't want to break down his program. We want to build his program up because it's here just for benefit for the homeless epidemic that's out here, and it's getting worse. And there ain't much programs out here like Pastor Scott Mulvey's program. If other
You have 30 seconds, sir.
if you guys let us continue the program of Pastor Scott Mulvey's program, City Life School, will be an example, and maybe other I guess agencies will open up too to help this homeless epidemic. We got to just build each other up and not break each other down. You know, that's all I got to say. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Lucia Morales, to be followed by Neville P., last name of P., sorry.
Good evening, Vice
Good
Mayor
evening.
and City Council. Some of you might recognize me from being a former employee. Years ago, I was part of the Quality Neighborhoods team, and we approached Pastor Mulvey to assist with the high-risk areas that we were assigned to, one of those being the groves that I personally had a hand in. He was an invaluable partner in assisting and adopting families in that area. And even though I know that's going back to the past, that is an invaluable partnership. We got defunded as a team, but Pastor Mulvey continued his work with high-risk communities. High-risk communities have changed in the city. Now they are under the bridges, they are under the highways and in front of stoops and businesses. These are the new high-risk communities, and he is looking to address those. When we asked Pastor Mulvey to assist the city approached him. His response was, how can we assist the city in helping the community? How can we serve the community? And the response of the city should be likewise now. How can we help you serve this city? How can we serve the citizens? Part of that should be the elimination of these fines. They seem to be somewhat punitive and growing and not attainable in a proper manner. So, as part of a solution, and that's one thing that Pastor Mulvey brought to the table was solutions.
30 seconds, ma'am.
Sometimes they seem far-fetched, sometimes they seem wow, but they were solutions. He's solution-oriented, and I know that this council is also solution for the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Jerry Klein, to be followed by Valerie Santos.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Klein. I'm a medical doctor, and up until March of this year, I volunteered at City Church. I wanted to take just a moment to sincerely apologize to all of the portions of the city government that I may have been a part of that I created any misunderstanding. My heart was to serve the city and to serve the most vulnerable people of the city. And although there was no issue with licensing, there was an issue with occupation of the facility for what it wasn't designed to do, and I sincerely apologize for that. I do understand and appreciate the intent of shutting down the vital services was simply to ensure public safety. That's the planning team's job, to make sure the public is safe in public spaces. But there's no legal mandate in Fairfield that requires health and safety protections for the homeless. I agree that we all want our homeless community to live with dignity. Clearly, a homeless person's health and safety is improved by living at City Church, a guarded facility with protection from the elements, protection from violence, protection from predators, not to mention heating and air conditioning and 3 meals a day, and a community dedicated to sustainable recovery. The alternative is literally drainage ditches and freeway underpasses, and there's no dignity in that. But as many of us see this as an injustice, I do think it's fair that the city and the planning department may not see it that way. It's fair because it's not your job to care for the homeless.
You have 30 seconds, sir.
It's the job of the church. The building department did a great job articulating the permit requirements. Most of the requirements were grounded in public safety and compliance with city ordinances. But the inclusion of the $310,000 is a mistake that the Planning Commission rectified with a 7-0 vote. I urge the City Council to uphold the decision of the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Valerie Santos?
Is there anyone following Valerie Santos?
I don't have any more cards, but there's a hand raised online.
Thank you. Good
Hi,
evening.
City Council. Hello. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm here on behalf of supporting City Church as a registered nurse and a public health nurse. And I can't think of anything more dignified than what City Church is doing. I know there was a question about dignity and providing dignity, but I believe what City Church has done, and as you can hear the testimonies of many people here, they have provided many people with dignity and hope. The name even City Church itself. Church is not a building. A lot of people think the word church, they think of a building. Church is the people. City Church is the people. This is the people that are providing love for their community and for one another. And the word city in front of this program, City Church, that's just love for the city and love for everyone in the city. And this is our city. This is your city. And I just hear, as a public health nurse and a healthcare professional, and the things I've seen, that health is holistic. And City Church is providing everything that can meet health needs, basic care needs, mental health, hope, like they said, spiritual, relational, well-being, so much more. And it will be very detrimental if this program is closed. I have to say that we can see that health is preventative. If we go after it before it's too late, we can prevent a lot. Just like the Ebola outbreak.
You have 30 seconds, ma'am.
When everyone wanted to come in and help, it was when it's far too late and far too past and gone. Why can't the city come together and support this program? They need your help. They're out here saving lives. Please consider what they're doing for your city and our city. And let's prevent things before they're bad, before they are costly. They need your help. They need you to support them. Help forgive some of these financial consequences. They've done so much for our city and for our community, for the people. It's time that
And
they
that's
get
your
paid
time,
back
ma'am.
and help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice one. Thank you. And before we have our Zoom call, is there anyone else in the chamber right now who would like to speak on this matter? Okay, can you step forward, please? If there is anyone else who wants to speak before I close this public hearing, please step forward, fill out a card, and you can do the card later, but fill out a card, and because we're going to wrap this up, all right? So, yes, ma'am. Good
Yes,
evening.
my name is Elizabeth Butler. I didn't actually go through the City Church program, but I am an active member of City Church for the past almost 12 years. I am going on 9 years clean and sober, and if it wasn't for this church, I don't know where I would be. This church is my safe haven, and I wouldn't think of anywhere else where I would like to be during the day or the week or the hour, other than helping my colleagues, my staff members, my church members, and my family. And I am grateful to be able to show up every day to be of service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Excuse me, miss. Can you please step over and fill out a card?
Oh,
Thank you.
I filled one out. Elizabeth Butler, I filled one out for you.
Oh,
Okay,
wow. Thank you. City clerk is on it. Yes, sir.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Carlton Lynch.
Good evening.
I applaud the city for what they did in terms of bringing things safe for the rest of the people that are coming in and updating that. But at the same time, you know, with me living in the city, seeing the homeless, having been homeless at one time, what kind of mandates are we putting into the people that are out there on the streets that have no protections? And if we're not doing that, it's not fair to assess that fine. Me as a taxpayer, put this back on to all the taxpayers. This is the only program that's going in the city to help people out. Why would you want them on the streets to get hurt or get harmed? This is the choice that you're basically making, is to wipe away, forget this payment and stuff like that, wipe it away. $17,000 is not that much in terms of what the city is able to do.
please, order, please, order, please. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of people in here that would approve of you basically and the rest of the city wiping this away and letting this go on to help people. Other than that, you're deciding to stop the help that a lot of people, when they're running for offices, say they want to do. God's watching. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will take our Zoom, or is there only one Zoom caller?
Yes.
And after that, I will close the public hearing. Okay, here we
Okay.
go.
Valeria, the person whose hand is raised, do they wish to?
We have Joe Joyce.
Thank you.
Good evening, Vice
Good
Mayor
evening.
and City Council. I raised my hand to speak this evening on this issue with City Church. Homeless issues here in the city, and especially in the North Texas Street area, have been near and dear to me, as many people know. With the Capsolano being in limbo for the last 24 months and most of our services being drained, Fairfield's homeless problem being higher than it was in the last 2 years, and millions of dollars of ARPA money already being spent, losing City Church 2 years ago not only caused a homeless issue problem, but it also caused a food insecurity problem. They were one of the food services programs that daily or weekly gave food to those people that most needs. This also undercutting the Planning Commission's decision when we rebuke it or we side with it. I understand the fine. I also believe that it's probably appropriate for the issue, but I don't think it should be an obstacle to reopening once the code violations are back in compliance. As a tax watcher,
You have 30 minutes, Joe. 30, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for saying.
Oh, Lord. 30 seconds, Joe.
Well, happy holidays. I hope that all of you are warm, because I know our homeless aren't going to be. Please consider the fact that once we start taking our Planning Commission's authority away or overriding it, we've eliminated their abilities. So I appreciate your thoughts. If we could be of any help to City Church, maybe a fundraiser is appropriate. A reduction would be nice.
Thank you, Joe. Your time's up, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you. So at this point, before I close the public hearing, I'm going to ask counsel for both parties if they have any response or rebuttal or comment to the public's comments, and if so, I'm going to ask you to limit your time to 2 minutes. Does either attorney in the room for either side have any comments to make before I close the public hearing and take this into council consideration? You can easily say no. I know it's hard for lawyers to say no, I don't want to talk, but you can do it.
Just very, very briefly, I think you've heard the powerful stories, and I think you know what we can do to solve this problem and to do it tonight and not put this off. The rain's coming, the holidays are coming. All of us are going to be heading back to our nice, safe, warm, dry homes. For the sake of our friends who are on the streets, we just urge you not to delay this any further and to allow the church to resume without these crippling fines. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Attorney Lim?
Thank you. On behalf of city staff, I want to thank the city council for bringing this item up, as you are allowed to do under the Fairfield Municipal Code. to review the Planning Commission's decision. I think whatever decision you make tonight, you've done a great service to the community by airing this out again. And the reason I think you've done a great service is, I'm going to be honest, I loved all these stories. I think they are all true. I am heartwarmed by the great work that Pastor Mulvey has done over his years in the city of Fairfield. What I do not understand, having been at the start of this, when things first started to go off the rails in 2021, but before that, he had an unblemished record. And I cannot understand why for 3 years, Pastor Mulvey did not show the same compassion and understanding that everyone here knows that he has. Because frankly, until tonight, when I've been working with staff, this was the first time tonight that I heard Pastor Mulvey utter the words, "I apologize," to city staff. First time I heard his attorney say, "We are willing to work with the city to compromise." First time I heard Mr. Deming say, "We are willing to compromise and work with the city." Let's be very clear, these fines are not punitive. They were assessed after many chances were given to Pastor Mulvey to fix issues, to work with the city staff. I think it sets a very bad precedent for the city council to try to override the police powers of its code enforcement officers, its fire marshal, and its building official. But having said that, I have had a chance to talk to staff. I've been with them since 2021 on this. They have always been willing to compromise. They have not sat and said, "We need to collect all this money." They have begged, asked, cajoled Pastor Mulvey to meet them at the table. And at every step of the way, contrary to the good work that he's done in the community for everyone else, he has said, "Let me run my church my own way and do not get in my way." City staff continues to be open to compromising with Pastor Mulvey to find a reasonable solution to allow him to get his use permits, but pay a reasonable fine for the life safety violations. Because the community cannot just allow anybody to commit life safety violations.
That's time, council.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I am going to close the public hearing right now, bring this matter back for council consideration. Colleagues,
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, I got quite a
you
bit.
also have a 2-minute time warning. I'm just kidding.
This might take a little longer than 2 minutes. Yes, I've always said along Pastor Mulvey's heart's in the right place, and what he's done for the people is good. But there's 7 of us here minus our mayor, and we're all elected officials, and we were put up here not by City Church. We were put up here by 120,000 people split among us to look out for everybody. When there is illegal wastewater output into a storm drain, that affects everybody. That can kill people too. These violations were asked to be looked at and weren't. I know a lot about addiction. I'm a licensed addiction counselor, and I've been doing it in this town for 20+ years. I've set up programs. I understand the stories. I've heard them for 20 years. I am a person in recovery myself. In running programs, one time I messed up and I signed a sign-in sheet for a DUI group. There was somebody not there, and I put his name. It cost me $5,000 by the state. Okay. My program got audited quite often. I couldn't say, "No, you can't come in," which was said to our staff. Okay. There was things done here that shouldn't have been done by a leader or a executive director. I don't think that he has ever had his heart in the wrong place, but there has been some things that have let me down as a person in recovery and as a person that has sent people to City Church over the years. I worked at probation for 6.5 years. I helped behind the scenes quite often, getting people the help they needed, and knew that he was a key component to it. So I was, myself, I understand the hard work it is and to do these things, okay? Also, we're not, it isn't even about the money. I've heard a lot of people come up here kind of vilify us and say that, and I want to talk about that misconception that this is about money. It's not about money. It's about the 120,000 other people in this town that we get calls from all the time about complaints about City Church. Everybody in here is for City Church, but there's a lot of people in Fairfield that are not. We represent Fairfield, okay? We don't represent A few, we represent everybody, and we have to take that all into consideration. I took my oath as office up here very seriously. I'm here to represent close to 20,000 houses I speak for. I have to represent them, just like all of us here have people we have to represent. Now, all the people in this town have put together laws and rules and guidelines, such as health and safety codes. Our police and fire departments are some of the best in the state. What does it say to them when we sit here and say, you made a mistake this time because he does good and helps some people? How's that going to go over citywide? People have come up here and even accused us of wanting to disrupt the good Pastor Malby's done, and that is not our intention. That is not what we're doing. We have one of the best run cities in California, if not the country, in my opinion. Our city manager, he's bent over backwards to try to resolve these issues many times and didn't get anywhere. So I believe that there is something that could be done. We can meet halfway, and I'm just a little put aside that it had to come to all this to have that, what our city attorney just said, that Mr. Mulvey said, maybe we can work, okay? I just feel that everybody needs to understand, we work for the city of Fairfield and all the people, not just the ones that need us when they need us, but all the people, the quiet people, the people that don't, we represent them. And part of what everybody in the city has said is, we need our firemen, we need our lawyers, we need our city staff, we need our public works, and we need our drain systems to be clean of possible bio diseases. Okay, that's what we're elected to do. And I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Carr. Colleagues? Councilmember Williams.
So one of my businesses is a transitional home. And so I am very moved by these stories. I think it'll be, I called Pastor Scott the last time you all were here the next day. I would be hard pressed, even though we do great work, to get 1.5 people here for 2-3 hours to wait to speak. It's inspirational. It's obvious that City Church does amazing work and has affected a lot of lives. But I also know it needs to be run, the business of the church needs to be run well. And when I say, when I wrote it down because I didn't want to mess it up, unhoused people deserve to live in dignity. I'm not just saying it. I run a business that does that too. And I need to make sure, we need to make sure that a facility is up to code. You all are not looking at pictures, but we're looking at pictures of plumbing issues. There was mold issues. There's infestations. These things didn't happen. It wasn't imaginary. I have a transitional home where I didn't tell Pastor Scott this, but I received transfers from City Church into my facility, and they were telling me what was happening. So that stuff was happening. That needs to be upheld. But I do feel like this is a program that needs to go back into service. I know it does. But it needs to be done. These violations need to be cleared. It looks like it was. I'm going to be asking a question surrounding the breakdown of charges. I do want to know the breakdown. I do want to know, what we, some of the penalties. Can we waive that off? So I do want to have that conversation. But we've got to run the city well. The building inspectors need to be able to go in and say, this isn't right, fix it. And what I'm so impressed is you all come out here and inspire us and tell us how City Church has transformed. But But I need Pastor Scott to raise the red flag that he needs administrative help. You know, when these notices are coming in and he needs construction help, don't get it to this point. I don't want to see this program here again. This work is too good, it's too important. It's impacting too many people. And they have the right to live in dignity and wrapped into this amazing program that you have. I don't run a program as good as yours. As far as service program, I want you to succeed. Like I told you that day, I need you to succeed. We need you to succeed. The city of Fairfield needs you to succeed. You've done too much amazing work, but it's got to be done well. Okay?
Thank you. Councilmember Tonneson.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
You're welcome.
What I've heard tonight is what the wonderful things that City Church does. That has never been in doubt. It's the building. It's not the programs. It's the building. So I can't really do any better than Doug and Kay did. But what I would suggest is, you know, I would be in favor of staff's of the opinion to, you know, adjust fees. But what I would suggest is maybe get a project manager, Mr. Mulvey, to see this whole thing through. But the work needs to get done. City Church needs to reopen. We need to uphold staff's findings. Turning people away at the gate really got to me. I'm over it now, but yeah, we need to reopen. How can we help? I'm not in favor of, you know, 310,000 that's a crazy number, but some kind of number that's reasonable. But we want to get you guys back up and running. Thank you.
Councilmember Vaccaro.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
Welcome.
And thank you, Doug, Kay, and Scott. You know, for someone who's worked with underserved youth for 15, 20 years, ran the juvenile hall program, worked over at Golden Hills, where I'd say maybe a quarter of our kids were homeless, and some of them, I'm sure, crossed the doors of City Church. I agree. I mean, this is a program that does work. We do need it to be open. But, you know, like my colleagues had said also, when I look at our city staff and the fact that they did reach out to you and say, hey, you know, let's try to work on something with not a positive answer back, that's what bothers me the most. Okay, because I know our staff and I know what our city attorney said, and I know our code enforcement, and they're always willing to work with people. And for this to continue to go on for a couple of years like this, that's what disturbs me. Because, yeah, we do need City Church open, no doubt about it. I have a question. So no matter what we do tonight, whether we waive the fees, modify the fees, City Church does not open right away. Is that right? That's my question.
So the city staff's position, but of course it's just our position, you can talk to your attorney representing here, is that the council has the ability to do anything it wants with the use permit. So the Planning Commission had already waived Condition 2.
Right.
We're asking you to keep Condition 2 in there, but the staff can basically go through with the scalpel and modify the use permit as it sees fit. However, one thing that staff would disagree with is the statements made by people today to waive the fines altogether.
Right.
You can remove it as a condition of approval, but the fines are not going away. And the analogy I'll give you is city council has no authority. If a police officer gives anybody in the city a speeding ticket, you can't tell them to waive the speeding ticket. That's known as police powers, and for obvious ethical reasons, city council members are not empowered to, you know, just waive fines for people.
Right.
It's not a good thing to do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Yeah, that's really all I wanted to say. I mean, I understand, you know, the stories. I mean, you know, like I said, I've heard thousands of them over the last 20 years from different people, and we're always touched by it. But as far as running the city, like, you know, Councilman Carr said, it's really important for us to also trust the people that we work with who want to do well, who want to work with City Church. So let's see, you know, let's see what we can do.
Thank you. Councilmember Penduro.
Thank you. So as many have said, it does make sense for these programs to exist. Of course it does. It absolutely does. Look at everybody in this room has been impacted, and that impact has a rippling effect, our entire city and beyond. And no one is doubting that. And when we hold one business accountable, we have to hold all businesses accountable. And it reflects on us when it's not. We get the calls, as been shared. And then we are the ones held accountable and looked up to and held to the wall because something's not getting done right. And I appreciate all the stories. Again, they were so inspirational. And I applaud all of you for being able to get where you're at and all the help that you were able to receive. That church is in my district, and I'm glad that it is, because it has been a beam of hope for so many for so long. And I want it to continue for it to be. We're not here to shut down the light. I want the light to shine brighter and brighter every year. But it is unfortunate that to get to this point, all this had to happen. Reading the timeline and the statement of we want to collaborate. Yes, that's all we've ever wanted to do was to collaborate. We've tried, the city has tried, staff has tried. And so, I appreciate that we are now having this very frank discussion. I think it is time that we are, that we continue the discussion and we are able to find somewhere in the middle to meet. Because just as much as this city depends on services like City Church, the people do too. Especially the ones that are, in our most vulnerable communities that have nowhere else to go. I understand the impact. I have visited the campus before. I think I've even spoken there before. So I understand. And I don't want it to go away. Never have. And so I want to be its biggest cheerleader. I want it to be like, this is in my district, right? This is something that I can be so proud of. But again, any business that's in our city I feel needs to be a good partner and be held accountable just like any other business. So I'm open, as like my colleagues have said, to modifying or adjusting some of the fees as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to, number one, say thank you for everyone coming out and spending your Tuesday evening with us to help us grapple with this very important issue. My real question is, how can we get the doors to this program opened immediately? Immediately. Immediately. And I say that because, quite frankly, I have not seen a single piece of evidence proffered tonight, introduced tonight, that compels me to overrule a unanimous planning commission. I haven't seen it. So that's number one. Number two, I think that I heard in the city attorney's closing comments that the city is willing to grant the permits with a reasonable fine. Did I hear that correctly?
You did, and I'd ask permission to expand on that comment a little bit.
Go ahead. Because that's important. I mean, that is a milestone right there. We have some common ground here.
So staff has communicated since this has occurred, and you can see through the timeline, the extensions they've granted, the notices where they didn't initially issue fines, that they've always been willing to work with City Church. And staff stands by the comment that this is the first time we've heard any positive comment from Pastor Mulvey of apology, of being willing to work. I also think there's an opportunity here because he has a very good attorney in Mr. McReynolds. We didn't talk about it, but Mr. McReynolds and I have had very good conversations since he came in and represented City Church to work together to put on these hearings. Part of attorneys' jobs is not just to advocate for their client, but to also help find reasonable compromises, which I've heard his client say, and which my client has always been open to. What I would ask this council is to approve the resolution as presented tonight and not waive the use conditions, because right now, both sides are bargaining with something to lose. If you start going through, which is you're right, if you go through and say, we want to limit the fines, we want to take it down to there, then that's the end of it. There's no more discussion, and Pastor Mulvey is either going to accept it or not accept your decision. But right now, if he is willing to meet in good faith, which is what I heard him say, what I heard Mr. Deming say, which is I believe if he gives that instruction to Mr. McReynolds being a good attorney, he will execute. We have a chance to come to a settlement agreement. And I can speak for my client, but I'm not going to tell you what the number they've given me is, because we're negotiating against ourselves at this point. But I think if Pastor Mulvey says, Mr. McReynolds, work with Mr. Lim, come to some agreement, and we start trading numbers, I believe, because staff has always believed that they can work with City Church to find something that's amenable to protect the community from life safety issues, put a reasonable amount of fines to make sure that happens, but also allow City Church to open. But if the City Council, just my opinion, decides to come in and just cut the fines, then we've lost all leverage to negotiate.
And
Yes,
Vice
Council.
Mayor,
Yes.
there's nothing in the city municipal code that allows the city council to waive or reduce the fines. So tonight, you're here to decide whether or not you will approve of the use permits with the condition that the city church resolve its citations, or if you will approve the use permits and grant the city church's appeal to remove the condition that they resolve the fines.
So,
But
well-
you can't actually reduce or waive the fines themselves.
So you're saying that it is not within the city council's discretion to reduce or waive the fine? So it has to be $300 and some odd thousand or nothing?
Or you can direct the city staff to work with the city church. But you can't the city council itself cannot reduce or waive the fines.
But staff can?
You can direct the staff to look into that, yes.
Can I have a question?
Yeah,
please?
let me,
Help me, Mr.
yeah,
City
yeah,
Manager.
let me help out a little bit here. So the item before you, the Planning Commission eliminated condition number 2 from the conditional use permit that required them to pay the fines before the permit is in place and they could then open and operate.
Correct.
If you overrule the Planning Commission and keep that condition in there, one of the components of that condition is that they can also negotiate some sort of payment agreement. As Mr. Lim stated, in good faith, we are open to negotiating with them to come to a reasonable resolution, which is unlikely, near the $310,000. And so I believe the dollar amount is somewhere in the $70,000 range, and everything since then has simply been penalties, add-ons, doublings, for lack of compliance, lack of non-payment of those penalties. And so I don't know what a reasonable number is. That's where Mr. Lim's advising you, let's not start negotiating that in public. If you uphold the Planning Commission's decision, then what you are doing is in effect saying, nope, you are eliminating that condition, and then there is effectively no means for us to collect on that $310,000 because you're granting them a conditional use permit to begin operating. If you overturn the Planning Commission's decision, then City Church can negotiate with us to come up with some form of reasonable fine and potentially payment plan, and that is a conversation we are happy to have with them in negotiation, as Mr. Lim stated.
I have a question.
Councilmember Carr, yes.
I understand we can't eliminate the fees, but can the council eliminate the penalties?
I don't believe so. There's nothing in the city's municipal code section that allows that.
City manager?
I'll defer to council here, and it's, as Mr. Lim also stated, right, it's a part of the police powers. It's under the administrative code of the city that the fines and citations related to administrative fines related to administrative citations, apologies, are under the police powers of the city.
And may I ask a question to Pastor Mulvey?
Absolutely. Pastor Mulvey, can you step to the mic, please?
Pastor Mulvey,
Yes.
if the fines were reduced, a lot of the penalties waived, is there an amount that could be reached with your church?
Not immediately, but a payment plan. What I was explaining to our attorney was the initial fines, if my memory serves me correct, was around $17,000. We could not pay that. We can't pay that today. I mean, we have to come up with money to meet some of the other conditions, such as putting a fire door in upstairs. If we want to increase the housing capacity, we have to then come under codes that would allow handicapped, which would mean putting in an elevator upstairs or putting bathroom showers downstairs. Those are expenses that are huge. So our goal would be to open at the minimal level and address the showers at a later time. But what I'm saying is that's all money we've got to raise. My suggestion, and what we would be willing, is that if the city would waive all penalties, all interest, because those fees are doubling monthly. I think they put a stop on the clock because I haven't gotten any further notices other than 310.
Yes, sir. I understand all that. I was just asking the question. We can't get rid of the initial fees, but the initial fees are something that can possibly happen.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly.
Can I ask a question just so that we're clear? When you say the initial fees, what are you referring to?
I have no idea.
Okay. Okay.
I do not know what the initial fees are.
Okay. Well, let me go back to the city attorney.
Mr. Mulvey, you already answered my question. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm ready to make a motion here, and I am going to make a motion that the city grant the permits and that City Church is able to open its doors immediately, excuse me, because you're not going to like this part, pending resolution of the negotiation of the fees, and we want to put a timeline on these negotiations. My concern is that, as we all know, we need people off the street. So if we're going to move in the right direction together, show good faith together, and the art of a great negotiation is that obviously everybody does not get everything they want, but we find some place we can live with together. And so, but while that process is going on, I want the doors open. Let's start getting people help. Let's start getting people off the street, because we've got some, what's the term for the weather coming up? What? Inclement atmospheric river. I mean, this is real. And I'll say, yes, I do agree with my colleagues that businesses need to operate functionally as businesses like every other business in this city. I would be remiss to sit here and say that this is just any old business. This business is saving people's lives. So we really need to take that into consideration as well. Work as hard as we can to get the doors open, get the services rolling, get people inside while we're negotiating for what, 30 days? And is that I mean, the city council, this is in the city council's discretion, and this is my motion. Now, would you like to inform my motion, Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, I'd like to assist as best I can.
Thank you.
So the item before you is consideration of upholding the Planning Commission's decision to approve the conditional use permit and remove condition number 2 that requires them to pay the fines. I believe what I heard from your motion was effectively to overturn Planning Commission's decision and provide 30 days to negotiate on condition number 2, related to the fines. I see a head nod. One other point of clarification that I think is critically important based on the way I thought I heard you there. You said get the doors open to get people off the streets. One clarification that I want to just make is crystal clear is the 2 conditional use permits that were subject to the Planning Commission's appeal hearing and that is now subject to you is one related to a school and one related to a health clinic. They do not have any conditional use permit. I think there was a 3rd application that might have been filed, but it hasn't processed yet for a boarding house. So with the educational facility and the clinic, it does not mean that people are there living on the facility because that is not what it is entitled or permitted to do.
Okay, and I take that point of clarification and amend my motion accordingly. I'm saying off the streets in terms of back into the services that are available to them to get the help that they need. So in light of the 2 conditional use permits as they were granted and the scope of activities that they comprise. So, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I do just want to make sure it is also very clear that Condition 2 is revolving around the fines. However, both use permits have several other conditions that require essentially building improvements to make sure that both the programs have the proper code occupancies. I have Jeff Thomas, our building official here, if you want more technical details on that. So I just want to make sure that's very clear in terms of whether the fines are included or not included. Can these programs immediately begin? No, not until they meet all those other conditions, which would require improvements to the building, as Pastor Mulvey noted.
Okay. Jeremy, did you want to speak to that?
Or sorry, Jeff Thomas is our building official.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you want to know the technical aspects of the building improvements.
Okay. Yeah, so I made a motion, and to, as expeditiously as possible, get the doors open for the activities that are encompassed in the scope of the 2 permits that were issued, and simultaneously have the city church and the city of Fairfield negotiate with respect to a reasonable fine so that we're actually chewing gum and walking at the same time. We can do 2 things simultaneously. That's my motion. Before, I have a pending motion on the floor right now, so we need to take action on this motion, unless anybody on the dais would like to make a friendly amendment to the motion.
I just want you to repeat it because I got a little lost.
You're kidding. No, I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's my fault. So you want to, my motion is to grant the 2 permits and as expeditiously as possible, get the doors open at City Church within the scope of the permits, and at the same time, within a 30-day negotiation period, have the city and City Church negotiate regarding the fines to hopefully reach a reasonable fine, which right now cannot be negotiated, and as the city attorney said, should not be negotiated at this point. That this way, everybody has skin in the game. And this is what my lawyer's hat on now. Everybody is at the table in good faith, working to get to the right answer. But while they're doing that, City Church, the doors can be open again. People are getting services again. There's a 30-day window on this, or whatever, 30, 45, whatever you need. That's my motion. Any clarification?
So, in 30 days, if we said yes, in 30 days, if they didn't do what they were supposed to do in the 30 days, or do the settlement, not settlement, might be the wrong word.
Settlement.
Then what then happens? What happens in day 31?
Then the council reconvenes and considers whether we want to overrule the planning commission or sustain the planning commission. That's my motion. And I'm going to call for a roll call vote. Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't think there's been a second on that
Oh,
motion.
I'm sorry.
yet.
I'm sorry. Jumped the gun there. Is there a second to my motion? Okay.
City Church right now without the improvements that are supposed to be made? No, right? They have 30 days to do the improvements, is that right? But no one can come in right now.
And this assumes that, I mean, the code violations have to be dealt
Okay.
with.
Okay.
Because we can't, in the interest of everybody involved, the code violations have to be dealt with. But I'm saying, I'm trying to push the needle here. I'm trying to expedite the process. So that's my motion. So do I have a second on my motion from anybody on the dais? Doesn't sound like it. Okay. Any other discussion?
I would, if there's no further discussion, I'll make a motion.
Please do.
Is that, so I would motion we do option one, adopt resolution 2024-270, partially overturning the planning commission decision and approving the use permits with the conditions to require all administrative citations be resolved, and then let the staff deal with if they're going to negotiate with City Church.
Would there,
I'll entertain that motion.
so my interest is in helping us all resolve this. I think what I hear you asking for, Councilmember Tonneson, is not entirely dissimilar than what the vice mayor was asking for, in that you're effectively making a motion for staff's recommendation, but adding on the caveat that within 30 days, your direction to staff is to negotiate in good faith with City Church.
Mine doesn't
On
have
the-
30 days. It's whatever, they gave us
Understood.
option one, and I like option one.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Do you want to add a time?
Yeah, I would amend that and add a timeline.
There was a second on it from Councilmember Carr. So a motion was made by
Do
Councilman
you agree
Tonneson.
with that,
So if,
Councilman Carr? If I made that?
so that's a friendly amendment. Is there a timeline then that,
I think
30
you said
days?
30 days, yeah.
with direction to staff to negotiate within 30 days?
You're
Within
letting
30 days.
Correct.
But they're negotiating, they're not reopening the doors. Staff is negotiating some type of a settlement.
Correct.
So we,
Sounds good.
Yeah, if I may, is it okay? Hello, everyone. I believe I'm understanding the motions. I want to make sure that it's accurate. What I'm hearing is not to remove condition 2, which requires resolution of the fines, but it's also not to leave it as it's currently written either. It sounds like you guys would like to modify condition number 2. So it would read something to the effect of City Church must resolve all of the outstanding administrative fines with the city staff within X number of days prior to operation. Should they not be able to meet resolution with city staff within X number of days, then that's the last part for you to decide. Then all the fines are as is, or they can't open, or
No,
there's an extra portion there?
We overturn planning commission's decision, and we do option one like you gave us and let you guys negotiate a settlement. It sounds like you're already in settlement talks.
Yeah. So I believe, Scott, you're looking for the resolution that was provided to you.
Correct.
Yeah.
Madam Vice Mayor, may we speak, actually, because I think...
Hold on.
We're in the middle of a motion.
Hold on. Hold on. We have to finish this, we have to finish this conversation right now.
So I do believe, as the resolution is currently proposed, all it says is that the administrative fines must be resolved. It doesn't have timeframes, it doesn't give that extra direction, but that does still allow staff to coordinate with City Church if you guys are comfortable with that resolution.
And that can also include payments in that?
It can, yes. The
Yes,
condition
that's
currently
fine.
allows for a payment option.
Okay.
It doesn't actually state a specific number, it just says administrative fines.
Okay. So I have a procedural question. So with this motion pending, can we allow comment on the pending motion before we vote on it, or procedurally, is that incorrect?
No, it's incorrect.
Okay. Nick, turn the mic on.
Sorry, you need to vote on the motion.
Okay. Okay. So is it any further discussion up here on the motion? Okay. So let me call for a roll call vote on Councilmember Tonneson's motion.
Okay, Councilmember Carr,
Yes.
Councilmember Panduro,
Yes.
Councilmember Tonneson,
Yes.
Councilmember Vaccaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Williams,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bertani.
No.
Okay, so it passes 5-1.
Now that the vote is taken, can I allow comment? Ms. City Attorney?
For clarification? Is this for clarification? Yes.
Good evening, council. I think we appreciate you guys' willingness to work with us in City Church, but we do need some clarifications ourselves too, because we are a little confused still. My understanding is that there's still, I mean, I heard it from you guys, and Pastor Scott and I discussed this too, is that there's still some supposedly outstanding violations from the building. Perhaps we can hear from Jeff what are still outstanding, because this process, and again, we're not trying to be contentious here, it's been confusing, despite what the city attorney has said. That was never our intention. Okay, we have been a little confused ourselves too as well, because, and I'm going to put this on record, because I was personally there too when some of the staff member, or the city staff came out and worked and talked to us and said these are some violations. We thought, and I even thought, some of these things were cleared up. We did put a new roof on, if I understand that too as well. We went through that list and we thought we cleared most of it up. Now, if there are still some outstanding issues or whatever that needs to be done, Jeff, we would do it. We'd be glad to do it, but I think we do need some clarification, if you can. Is it okay to have that dialogue? I mean, we're asking that for this council.
Go ahead, Ms. City Attorney.
Well, I think that's up to council, but I would suggest that you have that dialogue with the city staff, not during the city council
We understand
meeting.
that, but see, when you guys are saying 30 days, we're still confused. Are you saying you want us 30 days to clear up all the violations?
No.
If that's, if that's the case, we don't know what else is outstanding. We may not be able to clear it up in 30 days because we don't know.
I think I might be able to clarify real quick. You have 30 days to meet with staff and make the arrangements to move forward.
And that's my understanding as well.
On the fees, or on the violations, or
On
what?
all of it.
There was no time frame placed. The
Yeah,
vote
there's
has
no-
already been.
Yeah, we didn't do 30 days either.
Hold on, Jeremy. A vote has already been
I'm
made and
confused
passed.
here. Yeah.
You guys can discuss this off the dais. We should be on to our next item.
Yes.
And I would have to agree with that. I'm sorry, excuse me. So at this point, it is a matter of negotiation now with the city.
Okay, so you're asking us, basically, you're saying it's approved.
Not here and now.
But no, I know, I understand, but we are to go enter into negotiation with the city over the fees or over the violations too? All of it?
All of it.
Correct.
Okay, so that's something we would sit down with between our.
That's what's going to happen next.
The two councils, correct?
Next steps.
All right, thank you for the
Next steps.
clarification.
All right, thank you. you, everyone. Let's take a 5-minute break and we'll resume Let's take a 5-minute break and we'll resume for 19. Thank you. our last agenda item.
Okay, we need quiet. Thank you. Number 19, public hearing and resolution 2024.
Oh, we're missing the city manager.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Sure.
Number 19, public hearing and resolution 2024-271 of the City Council of the City of Fairfield approving or sustaining, denying, or overruling the appeal of the City of Fairfield administrative hearing determination regarding interest on delinquent transient occupancy and tourism tax assessment, Quality Inn, previously known as Super 8 Motel, located at 2170 North Texas Street, Fairfield, California, 94533, 320, zip code is 94533-3204. Owners Shri Guru Hari LLC and Shri Mahant LLC and Marie Parunjanwala. And our presenter is our Director of Finance, John Furtado.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I'll give you a cliff notes because we've had a long day in court. So basically, you have heard this matter before.
I'm sorry. Let me open the public hearing first. The public hearing is open. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll have a redo. So you've heard this matter come up before a few months ago in I believe it was on August 15, 2023, when we assessed unpaid TOT on this hotel, and you ruled to uphold the penalty and interest that we applied. So subsequent to that hearing, we were asked to negotiate with the hotel operator, for which we needed a tolling agreement. That tolling agreement was not signed within the prescribed time, despite numerous efforts by our city attorney. So we went ahead and February 15th of 2024 and placed a lien on the property by due process. Following that, in June, we further assessed interest on the unpaid amount, which was previously assessed for around $55,000 that is being appealed. Subsequent to us applying that penalty, or the interest, I'm sorry, the hotel operator did appeal that to me as the tax collector for the city. I reviewed the arguments. I found nothing new in their revised arguments, where they still talked about involuntary purchase through bankruptcy, as well as not being given due process. We reviewed those two facts the previous times as well, and did not have any basis to uphold them. So based on that, we rejected their appeal, and here we are. They then appealed to the city council, which brings us to where we are today.
Okay, thank you. Just by way of some quick context, this is a hearing to consider the appeal brought by Super 8 Motel, now known as Quality Inn, located at 2170 North Texas Street, Fairfield. Can we please have all parties to this hearing introduce themselves on the microphone at this time? Parties to the appeal, please step forward.
My name's Sonny Cottree, one of the owners of the property.
Good evening. I'm Neville Parujanwala, one of the owner of the property. Thank you.
All right. And Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Lim, will you be representing the city? If so, please step forward and identify. Is he?
Yes, and this is Frank Weiser. I'm the attorney for the owners and operators and the appellants, and I'm appearing by telephone.
Okay, thank you.
David Lim, City Attorney for the City of Fairfield, but Mr. Furtado has most of the arguments for this.
Okay, thank you. A reminder that this is a hearing brought on by an appeal by Super 8 Motel. On June 11, 2024, the City of Fairfield issued a letter of notice of second assessment and hearing rights for interest on delinquent transient occupancy tax, or TOT, to the operator of the Super 8 Motel for $58,365.15. The operator of the motel appealed the second assessment to the finance director in his capacity of tax administrator, and a hearing was held on July 16, 2024. The finance director denied the motel's request for relief, and the motel has now appealed to the city council. A reminder that this appeal and hearing relate only to the second assessment. That is, the interest assessed on the unpaid transient occupancy tax. The matter of the first assessment was resolved by the City Council at a hearing on August 15, 2023. Pursuant to Fairfield Municipal Code Section 18.20, the City Council will hold a hearing to determine whether to approve or deny this appeal of the second assessment. A reminder that this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, so we will swear in witnesses and consider evidence. However, the City Council has broad discretion to consider this matter, so we will not be strictly following the rules of evidence or other courtroom procedures. Are both parties ready to proceed?
We are.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So will the city please present a brief overview of the issues that led to the city's issuance of the letter of delinquent transient occupancy tax to the operator of Super 8 Motel, if there is any addition to the presentation that's already in the record?
We don't have anything else to add.
Okay.
At this time.
Thank you. Would the attorneys for Super 8 Motel like to present their appeal at this time?
Yes, we would.
Okay.
Thank you. And I understand that the original assessment is not before the council, but I would like to just say anecdotally that we believe there is a legal tolling, and that is still not judicially final, although administratively I understand that the city has will not hear the matter, but it is connected in some way with my argument. And so the argument I'm making is somewhat similar to what I made in the original appeal, and that is I'd like to concentrate on the letter that I filed with the city clerk on August 23rd of this year in the appeal. And I'd like to concentrate within that letter on the issue of a California Supreme Court case, in-rate transient occupancy tax cases, a case that was decided by the California Supreme Court on 2016 at 2 Cal 5th at page 131, in which they determined that a non-operator of a motel is not responsible and cannot be held responsible for the collection of the tax or assess the tax, a transient occupancy tax for third-party taxes. And just to expound on that, there is Supreme Court case law, United States Supreme Court case law, that clearly states that the state's taxing power, and that would include municipal subdivisions of municipalities or political subdivisions of the state, which a municipality is, that they would have a limitation on their taxing power under the Due Process Clause. And in particular, I would like to cite a case, Will Corp versus North Dakota at 504 United States Reports 298 at page 306, and I'm quoting directly from the case, that for purposes of satisfying the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution, that the tax must have, quote, some definite link, some minimum connection between the state and the person, property, or transaction that seeks the tax. That is the minimum contacts test that is used not only in the taxing area, but as we know, a state can't haul somebody into their courts if they don't have minimum contacts, and the same goes for the taxing power. And here we have a unique situation. This was a motel that was bought by my clients through a foreclosure. They were not the parties who had the tax initially assessed against. The original owners went into foreclosure, went through a bank that then sold it to the appellants here. And our contention is that there's simply no connection between the tax that was assessed and their being particularly liable to it. They were not parties to the transaction. So in addition to the California Supreme Court case, the in-rate tax, transient tax cases, we believe the due process clause also is a limitation for the tax. I would also once again point to the August 23rd letter, but I'd like to expound on another point there, and that is there has to be an adequate refund procedure. There has to be an adequate a procedure that the state or the municipality provides to satisfy due process, and that is after the tax is paid. Even if my clients were to pay this tax, there would not be an adequate refund procedure because not being the parties to the transaction, they don't have any of the books or any of the records that would be able for them to establish and the facts of the actual tax, how it was assessed, and whether it was properly assessed or not. They have no connection with the original owners, and I believe they provided in the original appeal, but also in this one, Ms. Tram asked we provided the escrow papers, and we had provided whatever other evidence that was required to show that they were not the parties. They bought this subsequent to the original assessment, and that is where this assessment follows the original assessment. So with that being said, and that is a purely legal issue, we believe, that we're presenting to the council, we well understand, that transient occupancy tax belongs to the public. It's the public that it's collected from, and it goes to the city. But nevertheless, my clients were not the parties here who were initially responsible for collecting it, couldn't collect it, and couldn't collect it from the owners, the original owners. They don't even have any contact with the original owners. That being said, from a practical standpoint, and I believe as the previous item that the parties heard in terms of how the council handled it, my clients are always open to negotiations. And I think Mr. Khatri and Mr. Paranjwala can explain how they would like to resolve it without any admission of liability on the legal question. But on the issue of if there's a way of resolving it, they're certainly open to doing so. Mr. Khatri has been a resident, as I understand, and a good citizen of the city of Fairfield for many years, and they have been operating this property legally, and they want to keep doing so and being good, show their good faith with the city. With that, I would ask Mr. Khatri or Mr. Paranjwala to come forth and testify as to what they can add as far as this.
Thank you. Any witnesses that wish to testify at this point need to be sworn in. Please step forward.
Okay.
Mentioned me, Mr. Khatri, he's Sunil Khatri. So my name's Sunny
City
Khatri.
Clerk, excuse me.
I wasn't given any script or any, what do I say? I'm sorry.
It's okay, he can just speak.
Okay. Please proceed.
Yeah, my name's Sunny Khatri. A lot of you know me I'm a community member here for almost 10 years. I'm on the Visit Fairfield board as well. And, we've took over this property of March of last year and, renovated the hotel, made it, I've even talked to Mayor Moy about 30 minutes on the conversations what we did to the property and made it a mid-scale hotel. you know, it was really a big mess, you know, did a lot of things, created almost 20 jobs for this property, which had only had 5 jobs, and, you know, there was a lot of illegal activity happening beforehand, and things got improved well, and we have great clientele coming to the hotel and all that. So I wanted to just reiterate, as we have taken over this hotel, we've always paid our taxes, we've always been current and everything due to our knowledge that we could do. These assessments that have done for previous ownership, I think the council should go ahead and go after these people that have done fraud. For all these years, almost 4 years, they have not paid the TOT taxes. And what actions are the council or the cities doing on that? I haven't seen anything like that. Why would we allow somebody take money from our, you know, that is collected and taken off of this? I can get you some information. Maybe I found out recently there's a Patel family that has done this to the city. So, and this financial burden would be, it's devastating for me right now, because we've already invested so much money to the hotel to make it better for the community, and, you know, and have better clientele, tourists and travelers and everything. I've been in industry almost 25 years. I've had multiple hotels in the industries, and anytime something like this has happened, it's always the previous owner has taken care of that with the city or whatever organization or property taxes or anything like that before we taken it over. And our title report's completely clean. It never had this record, and after the fact, we're being assessed on that. I think that's very wrong. But as a community member, I want to say, I think we can make an reasonable offer if we can have this lien removed, like you've helped item 18, you know, the one before us. I asked the council to help us too, that we have an opportunity to remove this lien for about 6 months, so I can try to get some financing done and maybe come up with $100,000 as a good faith for, you know, to resolve this matter, because that's all I can do right now. The financing's not available, the funding's not available. As you see, the financial, you know, situation everywhere with loans and everything is difficult to get, but I think we have a possibility. If you give me 6 months, if you remove the lien, I can maybe figure out to do like $100,000 to make this a settlement and just go away, because it's not that we collected it. If we collected it, I know, more matter of fact, John and I have been working very closely ever since we've taken over the hotel. If anything he needs, they've been very helpful. But I cannot be taking the blame for things that have done in the past by somebody else. And I think instead of the city attorney fees that we're spending on this, there should be attorney fees to go after these people who have conducted fraud with the city and collected almost 5 years of tax assessment that nothing was collected for this property. You know, I think that's the funding should be used for our city instead of coming after me. I'm just saying. So, and I feel I'm looking for help. I want to resolve it. I have other future plans with the city. I have some great ideas I'd like to do for the community. I live here for almost 10 years. I have some new exciting ideas for 2025. I'd like to present that in the future, and something to help the community. And, you know, I want to do something else that would help. You know, it's my city. I live here. I have kids. I have family. I have everything here. So, and you know, and I'm going to be growing. But I'm hoping that the city can help us out and see what they can do. And the council members and vice mayor and
You have 30 seconds, sir.
Mayor Moy has also had we had a great conversation about it. If you ever want to talk about this matter, you're welcome to talk to her about it too. So, but that's all I have to say. Is there anything I need to cover, Neville? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, does the city wish to respond? If so, you have 2 minutes.
So very quickly, while I feel for Mr. Khatri, We actually had informed them prior to purchasing this hotel that there were dues on the hotel, or there was TOT due. I can also respond to the arguments made by the attorney if you want to, but given the interest of time, do you want me to talk about the code relevant to this case? Okay.
Okay. So does that conclude your comments?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And, excuse me. So does the attorney for Super 8 Motel have anything else to add?
So I apologize.
If so, your
but I
time
didn't
is
quite
2 minutes.
Yes, I understand. I didn't quite hear what the city staff response was or what their 2 minute. But once again, I would emphasize that from a legal standpoint, we believe there is still a legal tolling. Independent of the tolling agreement, we'll be presenting that if necessary in the court of law. We'd rather not do that, but we believe there's case law directly out of your First District Court of Appeals which supports that. And we believe that that can still be presented on the first one, even though I know that the city is not considering that. But from a practical standpoint, I think that Mr. Cotry would engage with the city and try to see if he can resolve it, and I would urge the parties to do so. I would note also that at the original hearing afterwards, in terms of the tolling agreement, I just want to state that my wife was, and she's been ill. I had some very, very serious family health problems, both this year and last year, and quite frankly, my wife was hospitalized twice over the last year, and my daughter 3 times. So it's just been a nightmare, and that was one of the reasons why the tolling agreement was not actually finalized.
Okay. Does that conclude your comments?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sir, did you want to step forward? Did you have a comment? You have 2 minutes.
So I would like to know, if I remember well, this was a couple of years back that we inquired to the city. We had a normal inquiry, and they said, the city says that we are in work to figure out how much the TOT was. So the TOT could be 10,000, the TOT could be 100,000. And we asked particular how many months they haven't paid it. They told us we haven't made our TOT schedule, meaning we don't even know how much the TOT will be, since they haven't made the schedule how much they owed us from the past. So it seems like to us that they just informed there is a TOT coming, but it was completely missed out for many years. And if the TOT was being sent to the previous owner, we'd like to see the copy of those TOT invoices that it was being submitted to the previous owner to collect from them. Because in my opinion, the city has been missed completely out on the invoices that they're supposed to send it to them to make an attempt, except the fact that the city woke up when they saw the foreclosure filing or the NOD filing happened. Because the reason why I'm saying is because I am the mortgage broker by professional, and I'm specialized in hospitality funding.
You have 30 seconds, sir.
Yes. And I have financed this project twice with the previous owner, and none of them time the liens or any of the issues showed up to the city. And I have the paperwork that I did financing originally for the purchase and refinanced with the previous Patel family. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the city like to respond?
Yes, so we, based on the code, we are not supposed to send anything. We did ask for filings that did not come to us. At the time the client contacted us, we said, yes, we are aware that this hotel hasn't paid for 4 years. We do not know the numbers because there were no filings. We told them that we have written numerous times to the bank that had the property about this matter, and we also informed the previous owners that they need to file. So per the code, when somebody does not file, we are allowed to do an estimate. So we estimated, based on the region and based on the other hotels, what that fee would be over this whole period. And it was very scientific. It was based on a group of all hotels in Fairfield. And the drops and climbs in those percentages, including very low amounts in COVID. And we came up with that number that we assessed.
Okay, does that conclude your comments?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And let's see. All right, is there any other evidence or witness testimony to be considered at this point? All right. Are there any members of the public who wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, do both sides rest?
Yes.
Yes, for
Okay.
the powers.
Both sides just rested. All right. So I will close the public hearing and bring this back for council discussion and a motion. Colleagues? Councilmember Carr, you had a question?
What was that number you came up with?
I believe it was 686,000 and change.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Tonneson?
Oh, I have a few questions. So John, how did you determine the number?
So we have a population of hotels in Fairfield. We looked at so every hotel files a quarterly statement on how much they collected in TOT. We based our numbers based on the last filing that we had on file.
You took an educated guess.
It was educated in a scientific way. There was rationale behind it. It wasn't pulled out from a hat, if I may say.
And then, I'm not saying pulled out from a hat, you put the numbers together, you came up with a term.
Correct.
Multiplied it by, but nothing was recorded. And then on the, I don't know who I asked when I asked them something. Do I ask the speaker, the attorney? So, Mr. Attorney, for the Super 8, why are we offering to settle if you don't feel you owe anything?
Well, I think Mr. Kotri and Mr. Parnswala, they're doing business in the city. And, you know, as in any settlement, to reduce costs to both the city and themselves in litigating it, and to maintain their good relations with the city. I mean, we understand that we really believe, and I strongly believe, and this is no blame on the city. This is a legal issue. But I do believe the due process clause limits third parties who come in and buy a property in this kind of a situation. I emphasize that because I understand that somebody buys it directly from the previous owner. There may be some other argument that might come into play, but in this situation, they're one party removed. They bought it from the bank. So I do believe the due process clause is a very, very strong argument. But that being said, we can make all the legal arguments, but from a practical standpoint, it should be resolved. And I know Mr. Lemon's been very courteous, Ms. Trown, and you know, we want to resolve it. Mr. Kotri has indicated to you he's been a long-standing member in public with the city, and I think he's been in good standing in general. And he's got other projects, and he wants to resolve it. But it's a big strain on them.
I
to
get
have
you.
this kind of lien on their properties when they didn't have anything to do with the deficiency. They were not the ones who created the deficiency.
Okay, sir, I understand. So what is a, well, so they bought it, back to you, John. So they bought it from the bank out of foreclosure. The
Correct.
purchase agreement didn't have anything stand out on it. Do you know if there was any negotiations with the bank when they purchased the property to pay a TOT fee and reduce? Was there any negotiation that you're in writing aware of?
No, I don't know
No,
because I was not.
excuse me, Counsel for Super 8. This question is directed to the city of Fairfield.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
We are aware that the bank received our notices about a due on the property. The owners also, before purchasing, were aware that there is some kind of liability, even though they didn't know a number. So I am not 100% sure, but I could speculate that there was some kind of deal made.
Okay. Was there?
The bank.
If it's okay with the Vice Mayor.
This is a point of clarification you're making?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you negotiate in good faith with the bank, knowing that there was some TOT money?
Can you step to the mic, sir? Thank you. No problem.
Not particular about the TOT, but again, to my knowledge, the TOT was see, the timing is important. To my knowledge, the TOT was calculated after the fact that the city saw that the property is going to the foreclosure, so they woke up like, oh my gosh, we haven't collected anything from last 4 years.
Okay.
So the
Can I
timing.
answer your question, Councilmember Tonneson?
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
That's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, Councilmember Williams.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, I have a few questions. One is, I'm still not clear on the timeline. It sounds like someone called the city gave an estimate while the property was in foreclosure in the process of being purchased, but that's where I'm a little lost. You have to come up there.
We inquired that what's going on with any outstanding bills or anything, and we were given just not an estimated to, but like, okay, there's something pending. And when we asked how much, they said we are in process of calculating. So that's where the problem is. They started calculating when the property was during the foreclosure time. The city didn't send any bills to the previous owners for the last 4 years, and that's a problem that I see.
So, part of due diligence is asking about liens, excess taxes, TOT taxes. So that's kind of part of a due diligence in purchasing a business. But it was purchased without knowing what that X factor was, in your opinion, but the city says, no, we told you. So do I have where that split is?
So they knew that there was dues on the hotel. The code also says that before they purchase any property, they need to clear it with the city and have a certificate. It's in the code that they need a tax clearance certificate prior to purchasing a hotel. If they did so without this clearance certificate, they would be liable for any tax that was due. So we did tell them that the tax was due. In my opinion, they could have waited to know what that amount was before closing a deal.
So, and I think one of us may have asked this before, and I just don't remember what the answer is. Do you have an example of this and I think you're fairly new to the city, but do you know if this has happened before, and then what was done? Like, can this be settled? Can this be negotiated? Like, what has happened in the past in these instances?
So in past experience, we've had cases where there was unpaid TOT. We've gone through the same procedure. We've gone through the due process, issued the letters, and then we've put in the liens. There was one particular hotel that got into an agreement to pay with installments. There was no reduction in that. So as far as my past knowledge goes, we have not reduced anyone's TOT to date. But it's not that we cannot do that. It would be something that if you direct us to do, we would consider it.
Any other questions, Councilmember Williams?
My brain is working a little slow. Give me a second. I think my question is more legal. My follow-up question is more legal.
Okay.
So would that be Lim, or would that be?
You can direct your question however you like.
Okay. So legal, if we break precedents, and if we break precedents, how does that impact best practices going forward?
So, Councilmember Williams, as Vice Mayor Bertani said earlier, the issue before the council tonight is only related to the interest that was assessed on the unpaid transient occupancy tax. So as it relates to the second assessment. So only as it relates to that, I think it was about $58,000. So we're not here to discuss the initial matter that was resolved back in August of 2023.
Okay. Any other questions, Councilmember Williams? Okay. Any other questions, colleagues? Any other questions? Okay, then I will entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion, I just don't have it in front of me. The motion.
Are you going to sustain or over?
My motion's going to be to deny the
Appeal?
appeal.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to deny the appeal. Is there a second?
By denying, we're upholding staff's recommendation, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. All right. This matter.
I'm sorry, is there any opposed?
Are there any opposed? Sure. No, it's, well, can I reopen, since everybody's being so prickly about Robert's rules and everything this evening, can I reopen the discussion on the pending motion for a point of clarification for Councilmember Williams? There was a motion, a second, and a vote, and now she has a point of clarification. Or does there need to be another motion made?
I think there needs to be another motion maybe. because
Okay,
think
I
the
agree.
first motion
So
passed.
this motion, this motion will be dispositive, though. So, in other words, can she get her question answered after the vote has been taken? And I would say what you say.
Well, if I'm correct, I believe 5 council members voted yes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All
So your
right.
vote is to abstain? Okay, thank you.
Okay. There is no other business before the city council tonight. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.